in the food. I think I would have been.
No way.
I probably would have.
You've probably never slept on the street either, so you probably don't know.
I have different circumstances.
Yeah, I've
woken up on it.
Yeah, well, sleep and pass out are two different things. The other one is I'm not a huge dog person, but my dog Skip.
I stopped in the middle because I knew where it was going.
The last scene will kill you.
I can't even.
You're a dog person.
Yeah.
Like, don't watch the last scene.
Is it Kevin Bacon? Is he just a dick? Is he the one that causes that, or is it something else?
No, the son. Spoiler alert. The son. Frankie Muniz has grown up and he goes off to college, and he leaves and goes to college. Now, as I remember, it's been a while since I've seen.
He doesn't leave the dog, does he?
Yeah. What's a family dog? I can't take a dog to college. You're gonna have a dog in a dorm room. So he leaves and goes to college, and I think, as I remember it, the dog, like they show the dog watching him leave. And he goes back in Frankie Muniz's room, and he's trying to get up on his bed, and he's too old, and so the mom comes and helps him up on the bed, and that's where he dies on the bed.
Oh God!
That's the last scene, buddy. That one, I'm not a dog person, and it tore me up.
God.
Yeah, don't watch that.
Yeah, like I hadn't seen Marley and Me.
I've never watched.
I saw Dog twice because of the way it ends.
Good ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was going to be really bad, but it ended up.
I've got nothing compared to those. I've got absolutely nothing.
You cry all the time.
I cry over everything, so there's nothing special to me. I cry
you
all
got
the
that
time.
hokey ass notebook.
I cry over everything.
Give me the one that makes you cry every time.
Well, the first time I ever cried at a movie was Brian's Song way back in the day, and sports fans remember Brian Piccolo, but that was the first time I ever cried.
That was a sad movie.
Yeah, that was the first time.
Just the speech, the Say a Prayer for Brian Piccolo.
Oh, yeah. When Gail Sayers breaks up and says, absolutely. But I cry at Rudy. I cry when...
How do you cry at Rudy?
When everybody starts walking in and putting their jerseys down for Rudy.
Oh, that's a feel-good moment. I wouldn't cry.
Oh, I'm so emotional. It's like being accepted into the circle, man. Everybody's putting there, and you look out the door, and the line's all the way down. If you don't cry at Rudy...
You know they really didn't do that, though.
I don't care. They did in the movie.
Most of that movie is probably...
I'll tell you how much...
What's the 5'6" defensive end that has a sack at the end of the game?
Vince Vaughn didn't play for Notre Dame.
Oh, by the way, he didn't throw that pass. Did you know that?
No, who did?
So it was funny, and not to interrupt you,
okay.
but on the Manning cast the other night, Vince Vaughn was on during the Bears game. He was awful, by the way. I don't know if he was just like...
I read a lot about that.
Was he just, it was really awkward.
Yeah. So he was smashed.
Yeah, I mean, or on edibles or whatever. But they said that in that one throw, that was not him.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm like, you've got one throw to make. It's not that difficult. But he said the problem was the director, it was during a Notre Dame game. So they had to rush him on the field at halftime.
Right,
They had to do it right, so it was a one take.
That's weird that
they didn't trust him.
I knew they did that in a Notre Dame game, but people at Notre Dame hate that movie because it's made a legend out of this Rudy guy, and it's so overblown. And it's like puts him above Notre Dame. You know how Notre Dame.
But I went to one Notre Dame game.
I don't think he's accepted that much there.
But when he was there, he was like in a leather jacket, and there were people like coming out and get pictures made with him.
I would imagine so. But I even cried. That's so emotional that when the Newsroom, the HBO series from a few years ago, reenacts a scene like that because he had brought up Rudy earlier in that episode, and at the end they have a Rudy-like moment on paying something that this guy had written a big check for, and everybody in the newsroom wants to contribute, but they're not a multimillionaire like they had Anchor. So one person walks in and says, listen, it's not a lot, but please let that go to the, $250,000 you paid to get a hostage out of Africa. Here, let that go to that. And then the next person walks into the room and says, it's not a lot, but here, let that go to that. And then he gets up after the third one, looks out, and the whole newsroom is lined up all the way down. They're all writing checks to...
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're back live now on a Tuesday. Thought I'd say Monday. I really did. It feels like a Monday out there. Here we go on a Tuesday. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance off today. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Maybe we'll lose him all week long. Under the weather a little bit. Rockstar's here. Tyler's here. Lunsford's here. So is Forrester and Taylor Corn. So only LT down. Post-Christmas break, we hope you all had a wonderful holiday over the last few days or week. Some of you may still be off today and maybe joining us for the first time on the video platforms. If you're with us, first time or all the time, we want the thumbs up. You like and subscribe to us on YouTube and all the other video platforms. A lot to get to today. All the teams for the New Year's Six Bowls are on site. That includes Alabama and Kansas State down in New Orleans. It includes the playoff teams. And Brown and I were talking before, and it both dawned on us yesterday, even though we didn't talk yesterday, that yesterday is normally our travel day, the day after Christmas. Usually we're on a plane somewhere going to a playoff game, and we were not yesterday.
Yeah, I was going out to dinner with the family last night, and as we were leaving the neighborhood, I said, thanks to Alabama's surprising mediocrity this year, you get me for dinner tonight. They weren't, they didn't celebrate or anything. But maybe that's an overstatement.
They still let you pay, didn't they?
They did. I paid
good.
for dinner, Rockstar. Yes, took care of that.
What's crazy at my house, I never know how the Christmas ornaments and stuff get put up because
I dread that.
I'm always gone, right?
I'm with you.
At a bowl trip or something. But we're not going to New Orleans because as spoiled members of the media, we only travel for playoff games now.
I mean, I'm not going to go to just a normal Sugar Bowl, right?
I'm not going to go to just a bowl game.
You got a game down the street if y'all want to.
Yeah. That's where I was going to start.
That's today, right? Yeah.
That's where I was going to start. I had no clue the Birmingham Bowl was today.
Yeah.
Until last night when someone says, hey, would you like 8 tickets to the Birmingham Bowl?
8 tickets?
And I said,
8 tickets? Like for free?
Yeah. 8 tickets. Do you want 8 tickets you want to bring some people to the Birmingham Bowl? And I said,
I'd like to call a couple of plays. We'll see what we can do.
I was like, when is it? Saturday morning? And they were like, it's tomorrow afternoon.
That's why I'm giving you 8 tickets.
I said, are you freaking kidding me? It's tomorrow afternoon. I didn't even know they were in town. Didn't know they were in town. Have y'all seen one East Carolina or Coastal? Is it East Carolina, Coastal Carolina?
I couldn't even told you the teams.
Yeah, it's East and Coastal. And
right.
no,
the Battle of the Carolinas.
Battle of the Carolinas. Now, I've got a friend whose son plays for Coastal. I know those people.
Right.
But they're here in town anyway.
They live here.
So
it's a home game for them.
Yeah, it's a home game for them. They're excited about it. No, I have not. Now, listen, I was out of town for a lot of last week, but I have not seen a lot of bowl traffic.
Yeah.
But, they're basically, how I live. They're going to have to stumble into my backyard for me to see them.
Lunsford says, I didn't think anything about it until I randomly saw East Carolina driving down the road going to the movies.
Oh.
Yeah. But we usually get a better date, right? Usually it's a Saturday morning for the Birmingham
Yeah, I really
Bowl.
couldn't tell you. I haven't tracked it over the years.
Yeah, so it's a rough we're usually out of town. I think it's usually a Saturday morning. So we got a Tuesday afternoon now.
I'll never remember the day of the week, but the Auburn-Houston game last year was a weekday game. I just can't remember the day of the week.
But you didn't have to worry about a crowd then because
it sold out.
You had Auburn, yeah.
You had Auburn, and I would imagine Houston brought some people.
Well, welcome to town, everybody from the Carolinas, both East and Coastal. Glad to have you here. And if you're from North or South Carolina, welcome to town as well. If you just happen to be here for the holidays, we're glad to have you along.
So I take it we're not going to the game after the show.
Yeah, well, I am not planning on going to the game.
You had 8 tickets.
I could take almost the entire Double Down Media staff.
You should have said, if you had 9 or 10, I would have gone. I cannot go with 8. I
Hey,
cannot
listen,
leave my
though,
friends out.
with Lance out sick, only one of you has to volunteer not to go. We can take the whole staff.
We're not going without Lance. Lance would be so pissed.
It would be, wouldn't he?
He would not. He would not. So enjoy the city and enjoy Protective Stadium. We got 4 bowl games today. And we're playing, we got one down the road in Montgomery, too. Crampton Bowl today for Georgia Southern Buffalo. That goes at 11 o'clock. Then we get the First Responder Bowl in Dallas, but not in Arlington, not the Cotton Bowl. We're playing at SMU for this one.
Oh, Gerald Ford,
yeah, so
not the president.
We're at Crampton Bowl, SMU. Then we're at Protective in Birmingham.
Right.
And then tonight, Wisconsin, Oklahoma State in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl out in Phoenix. Now, Phoenix, you could be at a beautiful stadium in Glendale where they play,
beautiful is an overstatement for that stadium. But yes,
you know
the
what I'm
stadium
saying.
in Glendale, yes.
You could play there if you wanted to. They're not. They could play in Tempe where the Super Bowl's been held before, Arizona State's beautiful stadium.
Dated stadium, but still, right there in Tempe. Closer to the city than I ever imagined. Because
Not going to do that.
Yeah.
Let's play in the baseball stadium.
They're playing where the Diamondbacks play?
They're playing in Chase Stadium tonight for that one. So that's
I love football and baseball stadiums.
Yeah, absolutely. So 4 games just stacked up 11, 2:15, 5:45, and the late kick tonight, 9:15 for Wisconsin and Oklahoma State. Is your bowl destination.
That was the old school Copper Bowl. Do you remember when they called that the Copper Bowl?
Yep. And my belief is I think you should have to keep a name like that, and it could be the Copper Bowl brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
Right, but you just want to know which bowl you're watching.
That's right. I need to know. Like, I had no clue where the First Responder Bowl was until I looked it up.
Well, because Mississippi State is playing in what used to be the Outback Bowl. But now that was actually, you couldn't keep that name because that was a sponsor name, and they lost the sponsorship. It's now something else. But that's the Outback Bowl. I won't realize that until I turn it on and see, your crappy stadium in Tampa.
That's right. That's right.
No.
A crappy stadium. I didn't know it was a crappy stadium until I got my PlayStation 5 on Christmas morning.
Right. Congrats on that, by the way.
Thank you.
Good gift by Maggie.
So I started my dynasty playing with Tampa Bay. And you have to manage the stadium and all. That's part of the dynasty mode. You're the owner. You got to
manage the stadium.
Yeah, right.
We got some paper towels out in the men's room.
Concessions.
You got to do it all, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, I click on stadium. Because I got a warning about my stadium. And apparently, it's not a fan favorite. At least on Madden 23, it's not. So I have to do. They're wanting me to spend $20 million on a parking upgrade, $20 million on bathroom upgrades, the fan store. They want $10 million for the fan store, $20 more for the concession. They want me to spend all this money to upgrade the stadium. I'm already looking at moving the team to a new city.
I'll just build a new one for that price. I'll just build a new one.
Yeah, so I don't like that stadium in Tampa either.
Yeah, Joseph is right. That actually, or not Joseph, Chris over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. That was actually the Hall of Fame Bowl. Back when it was played at the Sombrero, before it was the Outback Bowl, it was the Hall of Fame Bowl. He's right about that. I'd forgotten that.
Which moved from Birmingham.
Yeah, but it was played. It was played in the Sombrero back in the day. So yeah, you could call that the Hall of Fame Bowl, presented by whoever is sponsoring it now.
Speaking of sponsors, why don't you tell us about MyBookie? Can I just tell you I've got an issue going on with my throat right now?
Oh, that is not good because I do too. Oh, yours is related to you got strangled on some Ghost Energy drink there.
No, this is not an endorsement, but I am drinking Ghost Energy right now.
Yes.
All these wonderful flavors. Our friends Citrus, I got a Warhead right now. You can try those to get your day started.
Okay, but your throat issue is what?
My throat issue is I had a little bit of a headache because I didn't go to bed until about 2 in the morning because I got a little off my sequence. So I woke up at 5:45.
You're building franchises.
Yeah, exactly.
I had a meltdown at concessions, Brown.
Seriously, dude, you got a lot on your plate right now.
So I took some leave when I came in here, and much to my wife's dismay, for 24 years, I don't always drink water when I take tablets. I just throw them in and swallow them.
I cannot do that. How do you do that?
Well, usually they go down they go down fantastically. But in this case, apparently they are stuck in my throat.
Oh, it's a terrible feeling.
And now I've thrown this this high energy drink on top of them, and it's fizzing in my throat as I talk. Like I can feel them, like it's going in my throat.
That's little pop rocks.
Yes.
It is a very pop rock feeling, like right about here right now, Rockstar.
Hey, Brown,
no jokes.
Rub his throat like he's a cat, trying to give him his medicine.
Is Maggie going to have to start putting them in a cut-up hot dog?
Yeah, I'm going to need you to bring a jar of peanut butter to work. Tell us about MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag. Code next round to get that deposit bonus when you sign up at MyBookie.ag. Code next round. You can start using it right away. You get in and play immediately. You can cash out quickly. It is so good right now during the bowl season. NBA, NFL with the playoffs coming up, college bowl games, college basketball, all of that right now at MyBookie.ag. Also weekly blackjack tournaments if you like that game. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Code next round. That is MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
We'll talk basketball here in just a second, but let's roll next to the bowl games that are coming up, not today, but the New Year's Six bowl games. Alabama, Kansas State down in New Orleans. Nick Saban and Chris Kleiman having news conferences yesterday. In fact, Alabama worked out inside the dome, as did Kansas State. Practice is underway for this game coming up Saturday morning, 11 a.m. kick. So it's an early New Year's Eve game on the day of the playoffs, which happen on Saturday as well. This non-playoff game, but Nick Saban talking about the buy-in and the motivation of this non-playoff game for his Crimson Tide of Alabama.
Well, we've been in the playoffs, I think, since 2010. This may be the second time we haven't been in the playoffs. I may be off a game or two by that. So it sort of becomes the standard that is the goal of everybody in the organization, everybody in the program, to actually have an opportunity to play in playoffs. And how do you sort of change that mindset to create value for yourself and your team and your teammates by getting motivated to play against what's always going to really be a really good team when you play in the Sugar Bowl, and go out and play winning football? And I like the attitude that this team has had up to this point, and hopefully we can continue to, build on that and have positive momentum going into the game and go out and play a good game and execute well. But I think everybody has to respect who you're playing and what it's going to take to be able to do that.
That's the biggest question for me coming up this week. First, let me explain the for those that are watching, college football playoff is the courtesy that we have in the corner there. It is not a playoff game before you start writing your congressman. We know that. The college football playoff provide photographers and video uplinks for every New Year's Six bowl game. The college football playoff folks run the New Year's Six bowls. So even though it's not a playoff game, it is part of the playoff umbrella that provides the uplinks and things like that for the media.
Typical next round. Just because Alabama's in it, they're going to call it a playoff.
Call it a playoff game. That's the courtesy there that we get, that we are mandated to give them for using their video. So that's what that is for. But that's the question to me, Brown, is I don't know what Alabama team we're going to get. Everybody's saying the right things, and you got people that didn't opt out, which is amazing to me. But what Alabama team are we going to get against Kansas State?
I don't know, but don't you feel like with the key players that have said, hey, we are playing this game, we want to finish this the right way, that you're going to get a more engaged Alabama team than we've had in these situations in the past?
Yes. That's the way I feel, yes.
Yeah, because Saban brought it up there, 2013, I may get these wrong, but 2013 they played Oklahoma down there, right, after the kick six. After they lost the kick six game, they missed the playoff that year, or missed the BCS that year, I guess. And they played Oklahoma down there, and they didn't seem engaged. 2008, they played Utah down there. John Parker Wilson's team didn't seem engaged in that one, right? So that's what you're trying to avoid, obviously, if you're Alabama. And I got to think if Will Anderson and Bryce Young and team leaders like that, Jahmyr Gibbs, team leaders like that, are saying, we are playing this game, we're going to finish this the right way, that's got to resonate in a locker room of guys that didn't have an option to opt out of this. They just didn't know if they wanted to mentally opt into it. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
You got to think that has to impact this somehow for Alabama.
I think that's what Alabama fans are hoping. Kansas State's a good football team.
They are.
And I love the way Chris Kleiman has been describing this, the whole lead up for his Kansas State team, is that this is going to be a fist fight. And Alabama players are saying the same thing. This is going to be a physical contest. Two teams that really like to get after it in the trenches a little bit. They're expecting a fist fight. Here's Chris Kleiman, head coach Kansas State. Down there, there's a sense of the fact that Bryce and Will and everyone else is playing for Alabama. His team's got everybody, too, that this is going to be one of your better non-playoff bowl games.
It's great. It's great for college football that the best players are going to play in this game, and we have a handful of those guys as well that have elected to play in this game, and that's what it's about. It's playing with your brothers one last time for the guys that are going on to the next level, and I think that's really, really important for our game in general.
Coach Kleiman's already lifted his shirt on Bourbon Street, it appears, so good for him. Listen,
you got to do a lot to get those size feeds, my friend. Those aren't the cheap ones.
That guy's a good football coach right there, though, so it's going to be a well-coached team. And, look, I mean, you always talk about this in games like this. You feel like it's obviously a disappointment for Alabama to be there. I mean, Nick Saban wasn't saying they're disappointed to be there, but when he points out since 2010, this is the only the second or third time or whatever, I think mention both of them, or since the advent of the playoff, it's a good place to start. Since the advent of the playoff, Alabama's not been in this situation. These guys in this locker room haven't been in this situation a lot. 19, the guys that were there 19, they saw this. So it is going to be a letdown for Alabama to be here. There's no doubt. It doesn't have the same feel. You're used to being in the college football playoff provided jumpsuits and all the mass media being there, not just the guys you see on the day-to-day.
Right.
So it's not going to have the same feel. For Kansas State, this is like going to Disney. I mean, when do you get to do this if you're Kansas State?
Watching some of the Kansas State player interviews yesterday, it does feel different for them because they're saying this is the one that legitimizes our program. This is a program establishing opportunity for us if we win this game to beat Alabama. And it's unique hearing the other teams say that. Usually it's, in the playoffs, it's almost, you got the like-minded people. You got the Georgias, the Ohio States, the people that are used to being in the playoffs,
right.
And they're not, it's not like you're trying to get a pelt for your wall like it is in this situation for Kansas State. So it'll be a fun game. We'll see how engaged Alabama is. No offense, Cohen's already at Miami, so you're missing a starter on the offensive line. So there are some portal guys that will not be there, but a really big buy-in from Alabama's players and Kansas State players should make that a fun football game. Basketball in our next part of the opening segment here, right after I tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. Your journey to healthy living starts right now. If you're ready to get in shape in 2023, drop a few pounds, get your cholesterol numbers, your blood pressure numbers in a very good and healthy place. Leslie and her board-certified team can do that in 2023 in the best program I've ever seen. Never was I hungry when I was losing the 45 pounds I lost a few years ago thanks to Way to Wellness, and you can jump in right now and find out what it's all about. If you are a family member has some numbers not healthy in the blood pressure, cholesterol department, or if you just want to lose weight on that scale, Way to Wellness. Here's the website. aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. It's your journey to healthy living with our friends at Way to Wellness. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. So there's no out-of-pocket money to go and schedule an appointment with Leslie. aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. It is Way to Wellness. You're writing over there.
I am.
What are you writing?
I'm preparing for our basketball segment.
Okay, basketball segment right here.
I got something for you.
SEC basketball starts tomorrow night. And one thing I noticed, I think they moved this game because of Ole Miss playing a night game in football tomorrow.
Okay.
But if not, it's a wonderful deal. We're starting SEC play here in December, tomorrow night. We're excited about that, being a basketball state and all with Alabama, Auburn, UAB, and everything. But Tennessee and Ole Miss tomorrow, 4 o'clock on the SEC network. Tennessee nationally ranked. Then Kentucky, Missouri at 6 on the SEC network. Then Alabama, Mississippi State at 8 on the SEC network. Doubleheader on ESPN2, Florida and Auburn from Neville, and Arkansas and LSU. All those are really good basketball games as the SEC gets rolling with conference play tomorrow. And you're writing down a series of numbers. Those look to me like a very important net KenPom numbers.
These are KenPom numbers right here, Dunaway. If you want to see what the top half of the Southeastern Conference looks like right now, here's your KenPom numbers. These are where you'll find the SEC teams. Tennessee at number 3 in the KenPom. Arkansas at 9. Kentucky at 10. Alabama at 12. Auburn at 16, and then I think you see those teams have separated themselves maybe a little bit. Those 5 teams, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, Auburn, maybe have pulled away from the pack a little bit. So Mississippi State, Alabama's first opponent, they're at 36. At 43, Missouri's off to a surprising start.
11-1.
Yeah, 11-1 under a new coach. And then at 49, just sneaking into the top 50, the Florida Gators, Auburn's first opponent. So you've got 8 top 50 KenPom teams.
Q1s, baby.
Q1s as we start conference play. So, basically from, probably Missouri on back, I mean, those teams, they're going to need to do some work to get in the NCAA tournament. But if you start maybe with Missouri, I guess Florida too a little bit, they've probably done a lot of NCAA tournament work already. So that's kind of what you're looking at when you start KenPom-wise, which I know you're a big fan of, in SEC basketball.
Yeah, but to your point there, even at 36, 43, and 49, and all the ones, the top 5 that we talk about all the time, the Auburns, the Alabamas, the Arkansas, the Tennessees, and the Kentuckys, you get some quality losses as you play each other. That should keep those numbers pretty high all season long.
Well, for instance, at 36, Mississippi State's about to play number 12, Alabama.
Right.
So you get a win in the hump against number 12 Alabama. That 36 number is going to improve a lot.
That's right. And doesn't drop much, and it helps the Alabama number too.
49, Florida, about to play number 16 Auburn.
That's right.
So you're going to get to do this all year in the Southeastern Conference as these teams hang around. Now, that's Ken Palm. That's not net, but still, that is a very well-respected matrix among college football minds. And you just have to look at those 8 numbers right there and see what 8 of the 14 teams have already done in the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, so really interesting as we start SEC basketball. UAB started conference play last week with a win. They're 42 in the latest Ken Palm. They are back in conference action on Thursday, back down at Bartow Arena as well. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy a little bit later this week as we get ready for that big home game coming up. All right, we're off and rolling. Live show now. We'll keep going along. When we come back, we'll check in on the playoff teams and do a lot more college football this hour as we move throughout the day. Part of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, where I know this holiday season, a lot of people were buying some great gifts that you can continue to buy for the husband or wife.
What about a New Year's gift, right? You can say, hey, let's start this New Year's off right. Let's be a little bit healthier. They've got cryotherapy packages. They've got wellness infusion packages like the Myers cocktails we were talking about. Great deals on those at Element Wellness. Now, that's under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, 119 and 280. They're in the Greystone area. Element Wellness helps you look better, heal better, and feel better. Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness. See more about Element Wellness at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find service and legendary all about Bryant Bank, FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. 2004.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
We'll hear from Kirby Smart and get ready for the national championship playoffs in Atlanta. The teams are on site in the ATL as well and out in the desert. Michigan and TCU in the other game, and then in the ATL, Georgia and Ohio State. Forrester, give me that Chris Fowler tweet and Instagram post from yesterday. If you're wondering if there's any interest in this Georgia-Ohio State game, look at this. As Fowler tweets out and puts on his Instagram story, folks seem eager to attend. Ticket prices, I don't know if you can read those. Really good seats, anywhere from $2,700 to $3,500 to $4,000. Standing room only. You know, you can stand at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in that big end zone. Just to get into stand, $330. Standing room only right now. Now, that's not through our friends at ATIX. We always recommend ATIX to get the best prices. They'll get you into anything, but sometimes it costs a little money. Apparently, Ohio State and Georgia fans eager for this game coming up.
So I can see both sides of this for a Georgia fan. Like we've talked about, you know, at some point your fan base gets to the it's just a semifinal game attitude. Maybe Georgia's not there yet. Alabama fans got there. Like, I'm not going to go to a semifinal game. I'm going to save my money for the championship trip, right?
That's right.
It's going to be an expensive flight to go to L.A. or wherever. So I wondered if Georgia fans were there. But the flip side of that coin is the game's right in their backyard, so there are no travel costs. So you could probably justify spending a little more for tickets, knowing I didn't have to pay for a hotel room. It's a day of the game drive and I have to fly anywhere. So you could justify it in your mind like, okay, I could spend another $500 a ticket or whatever. I don't know, because I don't have to buy a plane ticket.
I mean, if Alabama's in that situation, they're doing day of drives over back and forth in case they have to go to the national championship. Ohio State travels really well. We told you about 2014, the first playoff. They took over half of the dome in New Orleans, beating even the Alabama fans who could drive to the game and buying tickets down there. So it'll be an interesting crowd there. It's part of our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff, brought to you by the great folks at Dr. Pepper, bringing you coverage here on the next round of our college football playoffs. Our friends at Dr. Pepper giving you Kirby Smart as well as we get ready for this game. Kirby says, listen, Ohio State is in a situation sort of like Georgia was last year. Listen to the head coach of the Dogs.
It's not often you get into the college football playoff coming off a loss. You guys did it last year. Ohio State's doing it this year. Can you look back and think about anything that you guys got from kind of maybe that bitter taste you had in the mouth and all that time off coming off a loss and focus, energy, whatever?
Yeah, it recentered things. I think you recalibrate and you look back, and sometimes the reality of your weaknesses pop up a lot more in a loss. We like to say, why do you got to lose to learn? You shouldn't have to do that, but it certainly is a wake-up call on teams I've been with that it recentered everybody and refocused everybody. But obviously we've tried to do that without that. And sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, so a loss from Georgia last year to Alabama in the SEC championship game sort of refocused them. And you just wonder what team Georgia's getting, because Ohio State got ran off the field against Michigan. and they got an extra life to get into this thing. We've seen it happen with Alabama a couple of times, coming off a loss, getting into this kind of situation, and they've really used it to their benefit. Georgia did last year. What do you think Georgia's getting from Ohio State?
Yeah, it's hard to know because you're right. I mean, that was an embarrassing loss to Michigan on your own field. And, I guess you could have said it was an embarrassing loss for Georgia last year, the way Alabama beat them in the SEC championship. I mean, Alabama looked like the much better team that night. And there were a lot of people that were questioning the effort of some of the Georgia players. Now, they were a different team, obviously, in the national championship game. I don't really know what to expect from Ohio State. I feel like I know what I'm going to get from Georgia. I don't know what I'm going to get from Ohio State because this is a team that has been a little bit Jekyll and Hyde this year. There are times this year where they have looked like the dominant, obviously best team in the country. And then there are times this year, I know weather was a situation, but at Northwestern, that was not their best game. Obviously against Michigan was not their best game. There were halves where they struggled a lot. I mean, this is a puzzling team.
From Texas on, we never thought Alabama was the best team in the country.
No, but there were times I thought Ohio State was.
That's right. That's what I was going to say. Throughout the year, Georgia and Ohio State, from Georgia against Oregon, and then Ohio State at different points. Ohio State maybe against Notre Dame in the opener, we were like, oh, maybe they're not as good. But then, as they started to progress through the lesser part of their schedule, that Ohio State team has a lot of weapons. Their defense is better. Maybe that's the best team in the country. At one point or another, these two teams were the best two teams in the country until Ohio State got ran off the field by Michigan. And, oh, by the way, Georgia and Michigan play football a lot alike.
They do, yeah. I mean, what hurt – now, I'll give you a flip side of that too, though. What hurt them in that game, you're right, is some of the same stuff that Georgia can do. They can line up. They can run it at you in a very physical style of football. It's the way Kirby Smart likes to play and Todd Monken. Now, the flip side of that, and I don't know if you were watching the bowl game yesterday, the one up in Detroit. I just had it on because nothing else was on. It was not a great game. But New Mexico State playing Bowling Green in the bowl game. And at halftime, Trevor Maddich was on the set, and he made the point that LSU had a lot of success through the air against Georgia. And
fake numbers, man.
Well, you say
numbers.
that because LSU got behind and had to throw a lot, and Georgia was playing a little softer.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
He showed some film of a little bit of some breakdowns. Now, you can always pick 2 or 3 plays and find a breakdown. But Maddich was making the point, this is what Ohio State wants to do already. And they've got to look at that film and say, there's some passing yards there. And I know you say fake numbers, but it has been what has plagued Georgia over the past few years is that secondary. For whatever reason, their secondary hasn't been as good as their front seven. But they do have Kylie Ringo's an NFL guy, definitely, on the corner in that secondary.
If any team can play with a four-man rush and play in their dime package the whole game, or nickel package the whole game, it's Georgia because their front's so good. They can get to Stroud without having to bring extra numbers to get to him. They can do that against Ohio State. To me, the most liked the team that looks the most like Ohio State offensively is Tennessee. They're the ones that bring you dynamic quarterback, dynamic receivers. And in that game, Tennessee, their trio had 169 yards and 0 touchdowns.
And to your fake numbers point, Maddich made that point too. He's like, however, the best pass offense they faced was Tennessee, and they shut them down. Yeah. So I think if you're Ohio State, that's what you're fearful of is. Are C.J. Stroud and Hendon Hooker a lot alike? Are those guys equal quarterbacks? I would say they're pretty close to equal quarterbacks, right? The weapons that Tennessee's able to run at you on the outside, they're really, really good receivers. Really good receivers. And I'm trying to remember if everybody was healthy in that game against Georgia, but Cedric Tillman, Jalen Hyatt, all those guys.
Brew McCoy, they were all there.
Really good receivers. Ohio State's got good receivers too. So you're not facing – that's the thing about normally when Ohio State lines up, and Georgia's the same way, Alabama's the same way, you line up and that team across from you is facing obviously the best roster, the best 22 they faced all year. That's probably not the case in this game. I don't know that you could say, at least on offense, maybe defensively because Tennessee wasn't great defensively. But on offense, it's not obviously the best 11 they have faced all year. It's not – you don't just say, 100% Ohio State's the best offense Georgia's seen.
That's our Dr. Pepper countdown to the college football playoffs, which are happening on Saturday.
after you get the Sugar Bowl kicking off the day. The 2 playoff games follow after that, and that includes Georgia, the SEC champions, over in Atlanta against Ohio State, brought to you by our friends there at Dr. Pepper. All right, let's kick off best and worst of the weekend, as we always do on a Monday/Tuesday. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Our friends at Hemphill Services want to remind you that, let me tell you, how many people had some plumbing issues over the weekend with that freeze. If you got a plumbing, cooling, or heating problem, Hemphill is the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Listen, if at any point you had a pipe bust over the weekend with an Arctic freeze rolling through, call Hemphill. They can hook you up and fix the problem right there. 205-229-2090. Hopefully you guys had remembered the name Hemphill. Adam, Chad, and that team, they fix it right. Fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. Plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, it's our friends at Hemphill. 205-229-2090. My best of the weekend, I could not have told you the UTEP coach's name before I saw this story in basketball.
Me neither. Cool story, though.
Joe Golding is at the Dallas airport. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. There have been some travel delays
Southwest
in America, and Southwest is off the rails right now.
I mean, it's a company meltdown. I don't know if we've ever seen a company meltdown like this. I mean, they are having an absolute meltdown as an organization.
Staffing problems and canceling flights because they don't have crews and planes that are booked. They're waiting to people who are already at the airport. So in Dallas, the UTEP coach and his family can't get back to El Paso. There are Pitt players who are trying to get to El Paso for the Sun Bowl, and the basketball coach for UTEP is renting a car and bumps into 3 Pitt players who are stranded. If you're not familiar, not every team flies a team plane to their bowl games. A lot of times you just say, you guys get this much money for travel. However you want to get to the bowl game, you can do it on the cheap. You can drive, whatever you want to do. You keep the extra money. Right, it's a good way.
You got travel expenses. You spend them however you see fit.
Good way to save money and make a little money. Back before NIL days, was you and a bunch of buddies rent a van and drive it to New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl.
Tyler Watts told us that story. The Orange Bowl in '99, that they all just ganged up in a van and pooled the money.
Just drove down there, and it was the cheapest way to get there. So these Pitt players, 3 of them are stranded. The basketball coach, Joe Golding, and his family are going to drive the 9 hours from Dallas to El Paso. He goes ahead and gets a car big enough for the trio to join him. He takes 3 Pitt football players with his family to El Paso. It was a great
story.
9-hour drive, and he said they were first-class citizens, great guys, and they enjoyed the conversation on the 9-hour drive. That's pretty cool.
No, it is really cool. 3 guys you have never met, but you see a need and you help them out, and it just makes them part of his family. And he said, I educated them about West Texas. They educated me about Pittsburgh. We had a great conversation.
My worst of the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. I haven't experienced this, and I'm sorry for those of you in North Alabama and in the Nashville area that did this. I've never had rolling blackouts. Have you ever been part of a rolling blackout?
I have not.
Our friends at TNA, and this is not a knock on any.
I believe that would be TVA.
TVA, excuse me.
It's on my mind too, man, all the time.
In a totally different type of electricity.
TNA.
Yes.
At my age, you get some rolling blackouts in that too.
Right.
TVA, excuse me. Yes. TVA. They had to delay the start of the Titans game because they were doing some rolling blackouts in the Nashville area because of the freeze, the temperature. They were having some grid issues and stuff up there, and that was a unique situation. It was freezing cold for a short period of time here in the South. I didn't know about rolling blackouts and such like that. I'm familiar with it in places like New York. I didn't know we had to experience it in the South.
I've seen it like California when they have really hot summers. They have those issues because so many people are running their AC. It's a drain on the grid.
And that's what this was. Everybody turned the heat on.
Yeah. That is terrible.
Yeah, so for those that had to experience that or the delays from Southwest, sorry about your holidays.
Yeah, it's a tough holiday for you. Did you see the story about the guy that was supposed to officiate? It was a Pac-12 official. He was supposed to officiate the Quick Lane Bowl yesterday in Detroit, but he was one of the ones that got stranded flying. He's retiring. That was his final game, 28-year career. His final game was Quick Lane Bowl in Detroit. and he gets stuck in an airport and can't make it. How bad does that suck?
His final game, he can't do it.
Final game,
I'd come back another year.
Well, maybe that, or a Big Ten official locally filled in for him. You wonder if they could find a way for this guy just to do that guy's game or something. I don't know.
Craig says he's watching us up there in Huntsville. We were waking up to head to Christmas get-together when our power went out with no notice as part of a rolling blackout. We were late to Christmas.
Yeah, that sucks, man. I've never experienced that. I guess you get warnings. I don't know.
Yeah.
Obviously, he did.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it during the heat waves of New York City. I did not know it was a southern thing that we experienced. I mean, my electricity goes out sometimes.
Well, sure.
Yeah,
it storms primarily.
During storms or during freezes. It snaps the line, trees are falling, that kind of stuff. But I didn't know a rolling blackout was part of the roll.
My best of the weekend. It technically wasn't the weekend. Last week I took the family to Disney, and I know Lunsford has ridden this, the Guardians of the Galaxy ride. I don't know, is Lunsford back there? Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes.
The best roller coaster. I'm not a big roller coaster guy, Lunsford, like an aficionado. Best I've ever been on, though. There's no doubt about it.
I would agree. It's indoor, so if you've ever ridden like Space Mountain or anything like that, it's kind of goes along the lines of that a little bit, but incredible. It's like a spinning roller coaster.
Yeah, it's hard to describe, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to describe without actually doing it, but the music, and I know you've probably never seen the Guardians of the Galaxy movies.
I've never seen the movie. I had no clue what the storyline was.
Superman's in that one.
He's guarding the galaxy?
Yeah, but the movies have like really good like 80s music, so there's always different songs, like 80s songs playing and everything while you're doing it. It's incredible.
That's because his mom made him a mixtape, and he keeps the mixtape, right?
I'm impressed, Jim.
Yeah, look at you. Have you seen the movie?
Yes.
I have no idea about the storyline. They go to great lengths to set the storyline while you're waiting in line there. And I know.
Come on, let's just get it going.
Oh, I know. I hate it too, Rockstar. But it's an incredible ride. If you're ever going to Disney, it's hard to get on that one. You got to do a virtual queue. Make sure you ride Guardians of the Galaxy. Incredible roller coaster. My worst of the weekend is obviously the Tua news.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of people saying you shouldn't play these are people saying this that don't have all the facts, obviously, and they're just giving opinions. I get that he shouldn't play the rest of this year. Some are saying he's got to consider shutting down his career. For those that don't know, he took a hit. I saw what I think is the hit in the Buffalo game, and I actually cringed. Or not the Buffalo game. I'm sorry, the Green Bay game, and I actually cringed. And then they show him going back in the huddle. I'm like, okay, I guess he's okay, but he has some symptoms. He goes and tells to the doctors. They put him in concussion protocol. He's very questionable to play Sunday against the Patriots in a key game in that division for playoff implications. It looks like it's going to be Teddy Bridgewater. It's unfortunate for Tua. I hope it doesn't cost him his career. But at some point, man, if you're getting this many concussions, you do have to take some serious thoughts about this.
Yeah, so that's Tua Tagovailoa concussion protocol again. We'll see when he's available. No decision yet on if Teddy Bridgewater will start this weekend, but he is getting first-team reps from that. Bobby's best of the weekend had a dream that the Brown and the Brown Bandit got a deal with Fox to replace Cowherd and was taking Jeff Aniston with him, who had just signed a non-compete and had to go by.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so the Brown Bandit off to Fox.
Could you imagine if he replaced a Cowherd? They'd be like, what is this redneck doing?
It's only a dream. It's only a dream. More best and worst of the weekend as we roll on. Clay Travis scheduled to be with us at the top of the hour. We'll see if he makes it in. He was in Key West last time we talked to him. More of the NFL when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by a couple of folks, including our friends at Slice Pizza, where you can get the take-home kit to make your own slice pizza at home for just $13 with all the ingredients you need to take home there. The family kit is $75. That comes with a couple of pizzas, salads, and a whole bunch of other stuff as well. It's at Slice Pizza, 3 great locations. Vestavia, you got the Lakeview District, the original one downtown, and then the one in Montevallo, and a new location coming soon. Check them out online, Slice. It's open for lunch. I always love to go in there and get a slice of pizza and a wedge salad. You can get 2 slices that are special pizza every day. It's a great lunch location for our friends there at Slice. And also by Cowan Equipment. We've got a poll question I'll tell you about on the other side about the bowls and what is going on, but Cowan Equipment brings us all the poll questions.
That's right. And if you're having a hard time finding the new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list can give you a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet on sale now. Visit Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right. Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
If there is one thing you know about me from listening to The Next Round, it's that I love great food. My neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. In the Greystone Shoal Creek area, former Fleming's partners, Travis Grappo and the chef Oliver Robinson, have teamed up for an incredible restaurant. They have great steaks, seafood, wonderful salads, and the best pork chop I have ever tasted. You can see more online at oakhouseeats.com. Make a reservation there or give the gift of fine dining for this Christmas. And enjoy my favorite neighborhood restaurant, Oak House.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
basketball starts tomorrow in the SEC. We look forward to that. Taylor Korn has been working on several SEC basketball posts. You can go to all of our social media sites. Follow us at Next Round Live at Next Round Live. Remember to like, subscribe, follow, and no matter what location you're at there on all the different platforms. And if you're like a Twitter follower of any of us individually, please go follow us on Twitter at Next Round Live as well. The numbers always help us out tremendously. No LT today. He's back with us at some point. Other than that, everybody's here on this live show on a Tuesday. We'll get to the Cowan Equipment poll question in just a second. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Bromberg's. Hopefully you use Bromberg's this holiday season. But if not, our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, are still open for you right now for a last-minute gift if you're going out of town to see family, or if you are looking for a place to be registered for your upcoming wedding. No place better than our friends at Bromberg. See everything online at brombergs.com, brombergs.com. Family owned and operated since 1836. Brombergs has established itself as the place for quality diamonds and jewelry and timepieces here in the city of Birmingham in the state of Alabama. Brombergs also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry for the bride and groom in your life. Go online to brombergs.com, brombergs.com to get details both at Mountain Brook and the Summit. All right, Brown, it's that time of year where we ask the question, too many bowl games or not? I know you're adamant about this in the past, and I wonder now if you're changing as you get older, and we're at 43 bowl games. 18 of them are 6-6 teams. A couple of them are 5-7 teams. The playoffs are about to expand. The poll question is simple. Have you checked out on bowls? You watch the SEC teams. I still watch more than 20 of them. I watch them all. That's how you can vote right now at Next Round Live. You used to be like, there's not too many bowl games.
There's not.
There can never be too many bowl games.
Yeah, because I don't have to watch them.
Are you to the point where there's too many bowl games?
No. I will never say there are too many bowl games. I've never really understood that line of thinking, because you're not mandated to watch them. In fact, I have only watched, now I was out of town a lot. I watched UAB because it was on during our show in their bowl game against Miami, Ohio. I watched some of the Quick Lane Bowl yesterday, and I think that's the only 2 I've watched. I had a few plays of Missouri and Wake.
I watched fourth quarter Missouri and Wake. I watched all of the UAB game. And that may be it.
But I'm not going to – but that doesn't mean I think there are too many bowl games. Like, again, I made a choice of whether I wanted to watch those or not. If they'd been a priority for me, I would have found time to watch them. Those were not priority games. Some will be this week. I don't think any of them today are going to be priority games for me. Bama, Kansas State's a priority game. It's a bowl game I'm going to watch.
If I watch any today, it'll be the 9:15 game in Phoenix, Wisconsin, and Oklahoma State.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's the late game. I'm more likely to be home in front of a TV. I mean, the day games, I'm just not going to be home a whole lot.
Yeah. 5:45 for Protective Stadium. I'll turn it on to see what the crowd's like and what it looks like with Protective having a bowl game not involving an SEC team.
Just because it's in Alabama, I'm not going to pretend like I care. I don't. I'll see what the crowd looks like. I think Texas Tech, Ole Miss,
well, tomorrow's different. That's what I was going to bring up.
Okay.
Tomorrow, Brown, we've got Arkansas, an SEC team. We got Bo Nix in Oregon playing.
That's right.
He's coming back.
Yep.
We got Gus in UCF playing.
Yep.
And we've got Ole Miss, another SEC.
It's a pretty good day, actually.
So you have a couple of SEC teams, a polarizing, but I would call him popular former Auburn quarterback, and then a former Auburn coach. I mean, you got 4 different storylines and 4 different games tomorrow. Tomorrow seems like the start of bowl season to me.
Yeah, a little bit better. A little bit better on Wednesday. Thursday you get some pretty good helmets, and Oklahoma, Florida State, Texas, and Washington playing. Friday you got Notre Dame, South Carolina, Tennessee, Clemson. I mean, it starts to get better. I've just never understood we got too many bowl games. So if I cut 20 bowls off, how does that help you? All right, let's lop off 20 bowls. Let's say you got to have 8 wins to get in a bowl game. How's that changing your life? And people say, well, the bowls used to matter. The bowls did used to matter. They don't. They're exhibition games. So why do I care how many exhibition games there are? That's what I've just never understood. I wouldn't care if they had a 4-8 team in a bowl game. What do I care? It'd be a reward to those guys. It's an exhibition game anyway. What's it matter if they're 4-8 or 8-4? I've never understood this glorification of the way the bowls used to be. The bowls did used to matter more. You know why they used to matter more? Because we didn't match up number 1 versus number 2.
That's right.
Or we didn't have a 14 playoff. You could have a team playing in the Orange Bowl that could win the national championship. The same time a team was playing in the Sugar Bowl that could win a national championship. A couple hours after a team that played in the Rose Bowl that could have won the national championship. That's why they mattered more.
But you would admit
it was a worse system.
You would admit we've got to figure something out when we go to a 12-team playoff, right?
Figure something out in what way?
Well, we can't have 43 bowls in a 12-team playoff.
Unless you let 5 and 7 teams in.
Yeah.
Which, again, I don't have a problem with. I don't know why we arbitrarily said you got to be 500 to be in a bowl game.
Well, no, I would be more excited about the Birmingham Bowl if 5 and 7 Vanderbilt was playing in it.
I kind of would too.
Yeah. I mean, there's a team that would be excited to be in the bowl game. You know, to me, 5 and 7 Auburn with a coaching change, their fans would not be as excited about being there. But 5 and 7 Vandy, who have surged to be where they were, just missed a bowl game, they would be excited to be in that bowl game. I'd rather have Vandy in that game.
I think what we're going to have to accept is some of these, and I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know if they're going to go bowl games in the quarterfinals or if they're still going to try to do that on campus eventually. They will initially. But what we're going to have to accept is some of the bowl games you're used to seeing good teams be in, there's going to be a lesser record team in that game because more teams are going to be in the playoffs. For instance, the Citrus Bowl, which is now the Capital One Bowl or whatever it's called. That used to be a really good SEC team in that game.
Yeah, sometimes the number 2.
Yeah,
sometimes a one-loss SEC team.
Yeah, the year Alabama didn't go in 2010 to the championship game, they played in that game. There have been some good teams in that game. Yeah, it's gotten to be lesser and lesser teams now. I mean, there's some 8-4 teams in that game, and as years go on, there are going to be worse teams in that game. You're just going to have to accept that if you want an expanded playoff.
Goose says bowl games are like baseball. I put them on just to have something, or even though they don't matter, or just have something on, even though they don't matter.
I'm with him.
He likes the background noise.
Yeah.
4 games with background noise today, 4 more tomorrow as we get towards the New Year's 6 Bowls happening this weekend. Clay Travis scheduled to be with us next. Part of the people getting you back in the games is our friends at Precision Sports. Tell us about Precision, Brownie, as we roll in to another hour here live.
It's a good time with the new year coming up to make your plans to get moving right in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you have been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers. That is precisionsportsortho.com/providers. Clay Travis is next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, a couple of developing stories to tell you about in college football. We'll get to those right here in a second. Just, because I've got a meeting later today with management, with Reed later.
You getting fired?
No,
Oh,
but
good.
I'll be pitching as I like the countdown we do, the countdown to kickoff. So just in case you're wondering, until week 0 of next year today, Rockstar, if you want to just guess. I know I'm talking to a crowd that didn't know the Birmingham Bowl was today, but
I knew it was, I was the one that knew it was today, by the way.
I brought it up.
If you had to guess,
Guess what?
how many days until week 0 of next college football season?
281.
Well, that seems pretty close.
It's a really good guess, Rockstar, but I'm going to say you're high. You're too high.
Yeah.
He's been there.
Brownie.
So, Rockstar, you said what number?
281.
And that was too high?
Yeah, remember 365 days in a year.
In a full season.
If we're counting Lance's counts, I would say it's 600 days.
225, Jim.
In between 242 days until week 0. Hawaii at Vanderbilt in Nashville to kick off the college football season next year. 242 days away.
Would you go to that game?
If you plug the wires up, we'll go to any weekday, week 0 games. Absolutely.
I would consider going to that one.
2 big stories to tell you about in college football right after we tell you that part of the show today is being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. Wayne's, who will have your lawn looking good. They also protect you from those pests inside the house.
And you can call 866-WAYNES-1. Make sure, this time of year it's easy just to say, hey, I don't have to worry about the yard. No, you need to worry about it 12 months a year if you want it to look the best it can. Envirolawn at Wayne's takes care of that at my house, Jim's house, Lance's. They take care of all of us here. They take care of you too. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. 866-WAYNES is the number 1. Don't forget the code TNR, and we'll take care of your first month of Envirolawn service. That's right. You're going to get 12 months for the price of 11 when you use the code TNR by calling 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Jump on Envirolawn today.
For Alabama fans, they're excited about the commitment from C.J. Dupree, who is picking Alabama in a transfer portal situation over Ohio State. He makes that announcement just a few minutes ago. So C.J. Dupree,
a tight end prospect picking Alabama over Ohio State, and that has a lot of folks excited about that tight end position.
Well, I'm just going to have to say the fact that he was down to Alabama and Ohio State is the best information I'm going to be able to give you on this guy. I don't see any numbers from him or anything like that. I haven't watched him play. I don't know a ton about him, so I'm not going to, sit here and pretend like I have broken down film of this kid. But I do know that Alabama and Ohio State were after him, so that probably tells you he's got a pretty big upside.
Yeah, so that's got you guys excited, like Michael and several others in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. The other story is Sam Hartman, the record holder in the ACC with touchdown passes, 110 in his career, is in the portal. He's got another year to play, and you guys are acting like he's on his way to Alabama or to Florida. According to everything I've read for the last 2 weeks, his likely landing place is Notre Dame.
Which is interesting to me.
Like Florida wants him.
Yeah.
I don't know about Alabama's, if they're in the market for a quarterback or not, or Auburn, who obviously would take him, any place like an SEC location. There's going to be interest for Sam Hartman because he is the ACC's all-time passer. If you saw him in his bowl game, just carved up Missouri, 3 touchdown passes in that one, his 108th, 9th, and 10th of his career. That says a lot.
Yeah, he's thrown for almost 13,000 yards in his career there at Wake. And a good offense. That's Dave Clawson is a good offense. You don't like the system, but you wouldn't argue that it's a productive system. You just
really
don't like it.
I don't like the
slow mesh.
The slow mesh.
Yeah. Notre Dame's an interesting choice, and Marcus Freeman obviously is a very good recruiter. He doesn't have any obvious ties there that I am aware of. He's from Charlotte. It's not as if he's from that part of the country.
That's right.
I don't know if he happens to be Catholic. I don't know his religious beliefs at all. So, maybe that would be a driving force. Maybe he just I don't know. It's a weird choice to me, though.
Yeah, I mean, you have to admit, though, that
if that's where he goes,
that Notre Dame plays some big football games, right?
They do.
They're on a stage anyway.
Yeah.
If you're not going to a Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State of that program, then Notre Dame's on a stage, right?
Yeah. So he's got one more year, right? Am I correct on that? I think he's played 4. So I think this will be his COVID year.
One more year.
Yeah. I was going to check out Notre Dame's schedule next year. I mean, as you said, they always play a good schedule, or it seems like they always play a good schedule. They open against Navy and Ireland.
Yep.
The old Ireland game he gets to play. So he gets to play internationally next year if he goes there. Tennessee State, Central Michigan. Pretty bad start for them, honestly. But then they play Ohio State, USC, Wake, by the way. He would play his old team.
Oh, that would be ironic.
At Clemson, at Stanford, at Duke, at Louisville, at NC State, Pitt. Well, that's 4 straight road. Oh, those are some TBA games. That's why.
Yeah.
They don't have all the ACC dates yet. So, I mean, it's a normal schedule that they play. It's just, and I don't know what's driving Sam Hartman, but if you wanted to try to play for a championship, there are schools that would probably take you in front of Notre Dame where you would have a better shot at playing for a championship.
Billy Napier in Florida is interesting to me. They sort of need a quarterback. They hope they've gotten one in the recruiting process, but it seems like they could be somebody looking in the portal at one of the quarterbacks. Though we ended up filling some slots over the weekend. DJU, since we last were on the air, picked Oregon State. I texted LT and said, your boy Jonathan Smith seems to be reaching here. And LT texted back and said, no, DJ Uiagalelei will be fantastic at Oregon State.
Why does he think that?
He just thinks he fits their system better than he did at Clemson. I find that it seems like he'd be playing with lesser talent, but we'll see what he is. It just seems like a stretch at Oregon State to me. Like they've reached a part where they can try to now buy off a different rack at Oregon State, and that doesn't seem to fit Oregon State to me.
I mean, you've seen him play, is why you're saying that, and that's all you can judge on, but you've seen him play basically 2 years as a starter. But if you go back to his recruitment and the game he played at Notre Dame when Trevor Lawrence was sidelined due to COVID in 2020, Oregon State would have killed for that.
It feels like Spencer Rattler to South Carolina to me.
Well, Rattler had a better college career.
But then Rattler, his last 2 games, all of a sudden looks good, and he's coming back for another year. So, maybe that ends up working. Spencer Rattler at South Carolina. DJ Uiagalelei leaving Clemson to go to Oregon State feels a lot the same way. You were at a premier program. You're going to a lesser program. Maybe you can reinvent yourself and make it work.
But if he starts, now if he doesn't start, it's gotten worse. But if he starts, it's hard, honestly, for it to be much worse than it was at Clemson. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes.
I mean, he did not play well at Clemson as a starter.
He did not. And Spencer didn't play well at Oklahoma.
He played better at Oklahoma than DJ played at Clemson.
They both had a few big games.
I would, all in all, I'd say Rattler was better at Oklahoma than DJ was at Clemson. DJ did not play well as a full-time starter at Clemson.
Keaton Slovis, Pitt to BYU, and Hudson Card, Texas to Purdue. A couple of other landing spots. There are two familiar faces that are also in the transfer portal, and not in a good way on either one of these guys. More on that after I tell you about our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a special place to call home for your son or daughter, Montevallo can be that place. 21 NCAA Division II sports, fully funded in scholarships if they are interested in continuing their athletic career. Also at the University of Montevallo, small class sizes that helps you academically and a lot more. It's our friends at the University of Montevallo. Check them out online, schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Michael said, did I miss Clay Travis? No, it's the holidays, and connection with Clay right now was traveling in Key West last time. He may be on an island without any service right now.
Probably at Mar-a-Lago, just hanging out.
You think so? He and DT?
Maybe in the bunker.
DT may be there. I don't know.
The two guys that are in the portal that I wanted to bring up that don't go there with rave reviews. One of them is Eric Gilbert, who was LSU.
I know.
Briefly at Florida before he's at Georgia. Now he's back in the portal again.
And people thought he would tear it up at Georgia.
That's right.
Well, people thought he would tear it up at LSU in Florida.
That's right.
But then when he got to Georgia, you're like, look, Kirby is not going to roll the dice on some guy he doesn't think, some guy that might be, bad locker room guy he doesn't think is going to be able to contribute. And they've got two good tight ends.
Yeah, by the time they got there, they were tight end with Brock Bowers and Darnell Washington.
Yeah, so they've got two good tight ends. He couldn't see the field, and now he's about to be technically with team number 4. And we've not seen him do anything at all, really.
And then there's Ajay Hall, the Alabama wide receiver.
Same.
Who had issues to where he was suspended in Tuscaloosa, and he ends up at Texas. I'm going to give you a stat line. As a Texas Longhorn, he had one more catch than Rockstar did in his Texas career.
I had, 215?
You had 0.
Oh, okay.
Did you play with Colt McCoy?
Ajay Hall had one catch, 7 yards in his Texas career.
He was actually more productive at Alabama, unbelievably.
He was. Had more drops in Tuscaloosa, too.
That is true.
But one catch, 7 yards, and 2 places now. He's been at Alabama, Texas. He's in the portal again. Ajay Hall. There will be somebody who will take a chance on his ability.
Yep.
That's saying I can get the best out of it.
Well, since it was a bad year, does he get an Ajay Hall pass?
Yeah. You got to hit the bell.
There we go.
Yes.
Somebody will take somebody is going to say, this is a guy that Nick Saban obviously saw something in.
That's right.
And tried to mold him. And this is a guy, as Scott shows you his tweet, pretty succinct to the point, right?
In the portal, let's work.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people in Tuscaloosa or Austin that says those last 2 words is what you need to focus on.
Yeah, we get the first 3. We've seen that. We haven't seen the last 2.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are a lot of schools that will say, look, Nick Saban was big on this kid. He recruited him. He wanted him to play. He showed out in an 8A game, looked like Alabama's best receiver. And even after all of that, Steve Sarkisian, who had recruited this kid and saw him, even after he flamed out, thought he could contribute at Texas.
Well, I saw him up close. I know what we did wrong in managing the person in Tuscaloosa. I will manage him differently.
That's right. So Steve Sarkisian, knowing all the facts, still took this guy.
Yep.
And he didn't pan out there. Somebody will take him because of that talent. I don't know if he'll ever do anything. I get the feel it's going to be a little bit like Eric Gilbert. There are a lot of guys that were studs in spring games or in recruiting, and they've bounced around like a ping pong ball in the transfer portal and have never done anything.
Deborah, one of our great female listeners, Ajay wasting all that talent because of his attitude there. He has had some issues, but when you've got skill, issues, the coaches will put up with that and try to revamp you and rework you. And for that, I'll give you Ole Miss. Ole Miss has gone into the portal, and they've taken a chance on 5-star wide receiver Chris Marshall from Texas A&M. Now, if you're not familiar, and I mean, he could be a landing spot, by the way. Ole Miss could be a place that Jai Hall ends up. I mean, Lane Kiffin.
Just bounce around all the former Saban assistants.
It's the same system.
Okay.
It's the same system, right? Familiarity. And Lane Kiffin is willing to gamble on talent at Ole Miss. He's bringing in 5-star wide receiver Chris Marshall, who was at Texas A&M, part of that great recruiting class, one of the best receivers in the previous recruiting class, not the most recent one, when he went to Texas A&M. He missed the Miami game, Chris Marshall did, with what was reported as a curfew violation,
right?
Which I didn't know we still had curfews in college athletics. But Jimbo Fisher, who is known as one of the more laxed coaches at that level, suspended him for a curfew violation. He missed the Miami game, which was a marquee game for Texas A&M early in the year when they were still so highly ranked. And then later, after the South Carolina loss, there was reports that there were people smoking pot in the locker room afterwards. I don't know if that was true or not.
A fight in the locker room.
A fight in the locker room after that South Carolina game. But there were 4 freshmen that were suspended indefinitely, and Chris Marshall was one of those and did not return at Texas A&M. He's going to Ole Miss as Lane Kiffin tries to rebuild his wide receiving room there in Oxford.
11 catches, so you don't really know what this guy can do. He actually had a pretty good game against Sam Houston State, which was a bad football game overall for Texas A&M. He was kind of a bright spot, but as you said, was going for that Miami game.
That's
so
right.
He just he just never picked up the momentum. I think this is a different situation than a Jai Hall. All right, you went to a school, maybe it was not the fit you wanted it to be. You got there, you just didn't see eye to eye with the coaches. If I'm Lane Kiffin, I take a flyer on this kid. I know coming in that it's a little bit of a different situation because he was in the portal after basically half a season. So I get that it's a different situation, but I obviously think sometimes just a reset of atmosphere can change everything. So I'm more likely probably to take a chance on him than I would be in a Jai Hall. Jai Hall's been to 2 places. He's flamed out at both of them. If I'm Lane Kiffin, for 2 coaches I know, right? I know what Nick Saban demands. He couldn't meet that. I know what Steve Sarkisian asked for. He couldn't meet that. So why do I think I'm getting anything out of this guy? Get a guy from Jimbo Fisher. And let's don't also underestimate Lane Kiffin getting a guy from Jimbo Fisher. These two have had a very public back and forth about NIL, among other things. And Lane Kiffin has continued it very recently with a tweet when Jimbo Fisher was decrying NIL and Kiffin, did the old, hand to forehead emoji. So I don't think you could discount at all the fact that this kid is coming from Jimbo Fisher that makes him even more appealing to Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, so that's Lane Kiffin trying to rework Ole Miss there. And I'll be honest, since the big flirtation with Auburn, Lane's got some work to do in Oxford. It feels like he lost a lot of momentum with that.
He lost some fans
with that flirtation.
Yep.
With that flirtation with Auburn, whoever was driving that, whether Lane let it work out there, and then he loses the Egg Bowl.
That's right. On the heels of all of that, and it did not coach it very well.
Did not have a great recruiting signing day.
36th nationally right now.
Yeah, I mean he has got to do some portal magic again. Now he's got some talent with Judkins and Dart over there, but he's got to get some talent. So I can see why he's gambling on this kid.
But if I'm an Ole Miss fan, I look at that and I say, all right, I'm looking at 24/7 right here. Now we've only got 12 commits if I'm an Ole Miss fan, and 7 of those are 4 stars. So there's something to build on if we can do anything in this late signing period and the transfer portal. But right now I'm behind West Virginia.
Yep.
Who Neil Brown, we like Neil Brown, but Neil Brown was questionable to return. He's basically gotten a 1-year reprieve. Virginia Tech, Maryland, Kentucky, Missouri. I'm recruiting behind those schools.
Yeah, and more importantly, way behind, not close to Auburn, way behind Auburn.
Oh, yeah.
Where Hugh Freeze went in and on basically 13 days out-recruited you.
Yeah, I'm behind Auburn. I'm behind South Carolina in the SEC. And I'm behind all the big schools, A&M, Florida, Tennessee, LSU, Alabama, Georgia. I'm behind all those schools. I mean, I'm way down the list. I'm in Mississippi State Vandy territory in recruiting right now. I expect more than that out of a guy that that has the media appeal of Lane Kiffin, I guess I would say, or the public appeal of Lane Kiffin.
He's hoping to do it in the portal again, and they play tomorrow night. Listen, it is only a bowl game without any playoff implications, but it feels like momentum-wise, it's really important for Lane Kiffin to get a little to look good in this game.
Yeah, I mean, because as you said, his last time out is it was a really bad showing. I mean, he had allowed that story to fester out there, and I think fans understand he's just doing a contract deal. But when it costs you your biggest game, that sticks with fans. They don't forget stuff like that.
Let's head now to the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline and bring in our friend Clay Travis for a quick little touch and go here with us this week here on the Next Round. Clay, man, how are you doing today?
Doing excellent. Sorry, I'm out in Park City, Utah, so time zones and everything else got me crossed up. But I'm doing well. I hope everybody had a good Christmas.
Quite all right. We absolutely did. It's playoff week. Saturday is the playoff games. As you look at this, do you feel like there's a chance that Georgia could be in trouble against Ohio State as you look at that game in Atlanta?
Well, I think that's the toughest draw, right? And that's why I argued that if you were doing, a typical seeding, I think that Georgia would have deserved to play against TCU. I think Ohio State is the second most talented team. Now, they're not the second most deserving team. So I actually think Georgia's toughest game, interestingly enough, will come against Ohio State in the first round. So certainly, look, I think they could lose. But ultimately, I have more faith in the Georgia defense than I do the Ohio State defense. And so I think Georgia, particularly playing basically at home in Atlanta, I believe, if I'm correct, it'll be their third game that they've played in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium there this year. I think they kicked off the season against Oregon, obviously SEC championship. Now this one, easy trip over from Athens. I think Georgia will win, but I think there's certainly reason for apprehension and nervousness if you're a Bulldog fan.
I know this will be hard for you to answer, as a Tennessee fan, but I was making the point earlier. You can't just absolutely say that this is the best offense Georgia will have lined up across from. I mean, that Tennessee offense, to me, weapon for weapon, has everything Ohio State has, and Georgia shut them down.
Well, yeah. I mean, Hendon Hooker did not play well. I think if he were here, he would say, look, if you go back and watch that game, he missed at least 3 touchdown throws that he made against most people all season long. He had 3 opportunities for big play touchdowns, and he whiffed on all 3, overshot his receiver all 3 times. If he makes those plays, then I think things are different. But I do believe that what Georgia has is an incredibly elite cover corner crew. And so as good as Marvin Harrison Jr. is, and I think he's the best wide receiver in college football, to be honest, I think that, and he's coming back for another year, which is crazy. As a true sophomore, he's already that. But I think that Georgia will have the ability to match up against them very well. And I would say C.J. Stroud, the difference with Hendon Hooker is Hooker has the ability to really make a lot of big plays with his legs. I haven't seen C.J. Stroud do that. He does not seem to want to run with the football. And so in many ways, I think that makes Georgia's job way easier in terms of knowing what he's going to do than what Hendon Hooker might do. And look, I mean, Tennessee's offense, I think I'm right about this, was statistically the best offense in college football last year. Certainly, if you factor in playing against SEC caliber opponents. So I think that Georgia's defense will rise to the occasion, especially with a month to get ready.
Out in the Rockies is Clay Travis from Key West last week to the Rockies this week in Park City. While you're out there, mountains connect to each other. I don't know if you are familiar with geography here. Denver fired their coach, Nathaniel Hackett, the Broncos. Does that look like a place Sean Payton would coach? Do you think he ends up coaching at Denver, or he waits on a different location?
I think Sean Payton, the question is, what in the world? I think one of the most fascinating questions for sports this year is what in the world happened to Russell Wilson. I mean, from a Hall of Fame quarterback, one of the guys that you felt very confident was a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, to completely falling apart this year with the Broncos. If Sean Payton feels like that Russell Wilson still has a lot left in the tank, and that he can, quote unquote, fix him, then I think that's a no-brainer job. I think there's a lot of good talent. If you're not sure, That's $200 million invested, couple of first-round picks out the window. I look around and wonder, to me, the Texans' job is intriguing. I don't know if they're going to stick with Lovie Smith or not, but I think, I don't know what you guys think, but if I had to draft a quarterback first overall, I would take Bryce Young. And my nervousness with him is just that he's not very big, and I worry a little bit about his durability. But the throws that I have seen him make compared to the other top 5 quarterbacks, I think he's the best available talent. And if I were Sean Payton and I could go to the Texans and I could draft Bryce Young, that would be really tempting to me as well. And certainly if I were the owner of the Texans and I'm drafting a quarterback potentially number 1 overall, that would be something that has appeal as well.
Outside of an Enron or someone that was cooking the books, have we ever seen a corporation so badly melt down so quickly as Southwest Airlines?
Man, I'm a Southwest so I live in Nashville,
right?
And Southwest is the primary airline that you can travel nonstop on out of Nashville. So they used to make fun of me when I would travel out to LA for Fox Sports events. I would fly Southwest. They don't have a first class, I just trusted them to be able to get me wherever I needed to go. I've never seen anything like the collapse that they're in the middle of right now. To go from, I thought, one of the most trusted airlines out there. I mean, I've got 2 million Southwest points. That's how much I travel on Southwest Airlines, almost exclusively on Southwest Airlines. And I've got tons of friends and family who were relying on Southwest and spent 3 or 4 days in communities. I mean, just off the top of my head, one of my buddies had to drive from Phoenix all the way back to Nashville. My sister got stuck in Chicago for 3 days and couldn't get home in time for Christmas. My good buddy, who used to be my radio producer, got stuck out in California. His little girl, they were 3 days out there. They missed Christmas with her. Chad Withrow, who works with us, was supposed to fly to Nebraska, where his family is from. They completely canceled his flight, and so his family had to make a 14-hour drive to Nebraska with a couple of 5-year-old, 3-year-old girls in the back. So that's four stories that are people who are closely connected to me that got caught in the Southwest Airlines disaster. And unfortunately, it's not over. 2/3 of the flights, I believe, are being canceled today and tomorrow. And those people are not able to get out and go anywhere. So to have it happen during the holiday season is absolutely brutal. And I don't know how, from a brand perspective, you recover from a calamity like this.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is the worst time for it to happen. I mean, if people can't trust you to travel on Christmas, they're never going to trust you to travel. That's it.
And that's exactly right. I mean, It's not even just the adults. I mean, think about the number of kids that wanted to be somewhere so they can wake up on Christmas morning, with Santa Claus having come to the house. I know with my sister, for instance, we had to go and put all the presents around the tree. They didn't get back until the night of Christmas. They got young kids. It's just you take away that opportunity, that moment, which is relatively fleeting in time, as you guys know as parents, where you get those wake-ups early in the morning and the kids are just absolutely thrilled at the idea of Santa. So it's just I mean, Southwest Airlines, I don't frankly understand how they could be this incompetent. But it certainly is debilitating for a lot of people all over the country.
All right, Clay, enjoy Park City. We always appreciate the time.
Appreciate y'all. Sorry I was late.
All good, man. Thank you. Take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Greg from Pell City says, update us people that aren't following the news on what's going on with Southwest. There's a lot of staffing issues. They didn't have flight crews and some scheduling issues. Some weather had to do with it, and they were not canceling flights until the 11th hour with people already checked their bags, and then some of their bags, which I never understand, is how your bags can make it to your destination, but you can't make it to your destination.
Just fly in the cargo hold. Do you mind?
Well, so you put my bag on a different plane?
That's right. Yeah. So I mean, there was apparently just a tsunami of issues inside Southwest because there have been a lot of weather cancellations, but their cancellations percentage of flights wise are way above United and Delta. and the other airlines. So you can't just blame it all on weather. I mean, weather affected a lot of people.
You had some workforce that wasn't scheduled properly or wasn't showing up over the holidays.
Maintenance, many things.
U.S. DOT is concerned by Southwest's unacceptable rate of cancellations. You see the tweet on your screen there. And delays, reports of lack of prompt customer service. The department will examine whether cancellations were controllable and if Southwest is complying with its customer service. So the government's getting involved.
Yeah, when the government thinks you've been inept, you've been inept.
Yeah. They had to call somebody in to write that tweet.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that's Clay Travis on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Tell us about Johnson RV as we head to Bray Browning.
Listen, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. You want to go see America in 2023? See it with an RV from Johnston RV Center. You want to upgrade your fifth wheel, you want one of the smaller tow behinds, whatever the case is, JohnstonRVCenter.com can help you out. Again, you can see them in person, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. If you know nothing else about me, you know I love great food. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. My favorite neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. It is located in the Greystone Shoal Creek area. You can see more, make a reservation, or give the gift of fine dining at oakhouseeats.com.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today, in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. You guys reacting over there. It looks like J.J. Watt has announced his retirement, according to Jeff over there. It was emotional watching him play the Bucs the other night with his son in his first game. He is saying that it was his final NFL home game, so they're on the road to finish it out. What a game he had. Ran out of gas late, but he was dominating the Bucs offensive line there for a while.
He was. This is a guy who has had a Hall of Fame career, but we may never know how great he was because of the teams he played for. I mean, the Houston teams weren't awful, but the Arizona teams haven't been great. And, he's got 111 career sacks, so we know how good he is. I guess I'm just saying you would really like to have seen him on a great team at some point, wouldn't you?
I would have.
To make a legit run at a championship.
There's J.J. Watt talking about his son's first game, his last NFL home game ever. My heart is filled with nothing but love and gratitude. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure as he had a heck of a game for his son's first game there.
Yeah, just a class act. I mean, J.J. Watt has been nothing but a class act. Very popular player in NFL circles. I don't know people that just hate J.J. Watt. You probably hate to face him because he's that good. But a career that has been largely played on just so-so teams. Again, now the Houston teams, they won divisions and made the playoffs, but nobody that ever really challenged for a Super Bowl.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. We'll pull an upset alert late in the show, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Always a great place to get a hot lunch out there, right?
By the way, I had another college game there, Western Kentucky, in the bowl game.
You did. We talked about that while you were gone.
Thank you. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. He had to give them away till people realized, hey, this stuff's good. Well, 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and the visitors of Alabama. See more and find a location near you at baumhauers.com.
Everybody's reacting to some Alabama newcomers who are practicing down at the Superdome as we speak. Alabama's out on the turf, getting an early morning workout in down in New Orleans, second day in the Dome down there in Tuscaloosa. Down in New Orleans as Alabama gets ready to play Kansas State coming up this weekend. But we're focused as well on the college football playoffs going on. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 8, Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, that other game with TCU out in the desert, the other semifinal game, not Georgia and Ohio State, which is drawing a lot of attention. Jim Harbaugh out in the desert getting ready to take on TCU. And I'm interested on how you think this matchup will be when you look at a Michigan team that dominated Ohio State. They didn't have much of a challenge in the semifinals, and in the Big Ten championship game, and then now they're in the playoffs against the TCU team. Here's Jim Harbaugh speaking out there in the desert, getting ready for the Fiesta Bowl Saturday.
Back in July, you talked about 4 goals this year. 3 of them are now done, and this is.
I'm in trouble today.
Are you, Rockstar? That guy on the Well, first of all, we got to
leave that picture up if you can.
Yeah.
Just give me a still shot here.
Yeah, we got a lot of things going on in this. First of all, did we not plan on how many guys we're going to have? I mean, we got poor guy at the kids table over there. You don't want to be at the kids table. So
He looks thrilled.
to be sitting on an add-on chair. Oh, you brought 3 players, not 2.
Okay, let's put the guy in the coach. You be in the highest chair.
That's right.
Then we'll put the second most important player or person right there in the second highest chair.
We want it to look like a bar graph.
Yes.
And everybody gets not more than 3 ounces of water.
That's the other semifinal game right there. No, don't worry about it, Rockstar. I stumbled into it waiting for you to put shit up anyway. So this whole setup was a disaster.
I'm gonna try to fix it.
Oh, we're going to reboot?
That's okay. We're probably doing a Southwest airline problem right now. we sit there and criticize Southwest Airlines, and we literally crashed this segment.
That one blew back on us, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah.
That'll teach us to criticize Southwest Airlines.
I cannot get a feel for this game. I really cannot. I don't know what to. I mean, I expect.
I can. How is TCU's defense going to stop Michigan?
That's what I'm saying. I expect Michigan to win this game fairly comfortably, actually. I mean, we thought TCU was going to crash all year long. They never did, to their credit. Their only loss is in overtime in their conference championship game. But I mean, you just got to feel at some point this bubble is gonna burst with them, and this balloon is gonna pop. Whatever analogy you want to use, and I feel like it's against a quality team like Michigan on a stage TCU has never been close to being on. This group of players.
I appreciate you trying to save this segment for me, Brown, but it is a disaster of a segment. We'll get quickly to a break here, but can I get Forrester's microphone real quick?
Forrester, just amp it up a little more.
Forrester, do you? We don't have a camera on you, so I won't be able to see your facial expressions. But you know why this is all happening, right?
Why is that, Jim?
What do you think it is? What would I say it is? Who opened the doors of Double Down Media today? Who was the first one here today?
Oh, we're going there.
Was it Scott? Scott beat you here?
I was the first one here.
Scott beat me here.
I beat Jim, and I landmined his day.
Is that the first time ever that you, on days that I've worked, I mean, I know you open it up on days I'm off. On days I've worked, is that the first day you beat me?
Probably on a day where you didn't have an event that caused you to be late.
Yeah. So what are you, just coasting into the new year? Is that what you're doing here? Just shutting it down here at the end of the year?
No. We had I'm sure there was a reason why, but where I stop and I'll stop and get Scott and I coffee.
Right.
Usually on a Monday, but since we didn't work yesterday, I stopped and got the coffee today. Okay. I don't know if it's a normal Tuesday at the local coffee place that I stopped at. I don't know if it's a normal Tuesday or not, but the line was tremendous, and they were about as slow as you could be.
Right, yeah.
I assume they were having some staffing issues. It looked like the big truck was delivering supplies to them while the morning drive was going on. I've talked to the nice owner many, many times at this location, and he has talked about how the mornings, those 2 hours, are like 80% of his business.
Right.
So it's a very important time for them. So you always want the delivery truck to be there right during your.
Oh, of course. That's the time you want to be.
80% of your business. You want him to be there right then.
Can you be here at noon? No, we're going to come right in the morning.
No, we're going to be right here at 6:45.
Are you one of those, Donald, are you one of those ones, I think I can be too, so this is not just putting the finger on you. If something happens bad in the morning, that sets a precedent for your day. Like this,
I can answer this for Jim.
This is it.
No. I rally. Nobody rallies from a misstep more than I do.
Donald, way, my God.
That is why I'm sitting here. I'm just owning this. I have screwed up this
Harbaugh's
entire.
ready, by the way, we got it fixed.
No, I don't want to. I don't even want to hear Jim Harbaugh now. I'm not even going to watch that game now.
Okay.
Well, I don't have to wait on kids to leave this week, but I'll make sure that I don't beat you in the rest of the week.
We can't have a segment like this again, Scott.
You can try. You will not beat me again the rest of the week.
Jim will sleep here to prove
There's
that.
a cot outside.
Yeah.
Maggie will be like, "Why'd you set the alarm for 4 a.m.? Damn Forrester. I got to beat Forrester to work."
Dave called it. You stayed up late building your franchise on PS5. You got to stock that stadium.
I missed poker last night to do an event with Maggie. Not an event. We'll call them dates.
An event.
We put lunch with my wife.
It was charity for her.
Yeah, so I missed that. So I did come in. So I missed about 4 hours of gaming time there. So I did get a late.
To make up, yeah.
I did get a late night, Buccaneer tie
Why do we play to a tie in Madden? But we do. If it's realistic, it was a 9-9 tie.
It was. I think it was 24-24.
Yeah.
So I didn't play for the tie. The other coach did. So I'm 1-1-1 right now, which is very realistic.
Yeah, very realistic. Yeah.
All right, quick break here. Not so quick now. When we come back, we will try to hear from Jim Harbaugh and others. Rockstar's viewing menu and Joe Klatt scheduled to be with us. That's where it started going downhill when Clay joined us late from Park City.
Well, you rallied though, at least.
Yeah, I won't remember it all day.
No, not at all.
But our friends at Gutter Cap will, right? Gutter Cap will help you in 2023. Never climb that ladder again. One more time. Let them climb the ladder for you and clear out the gutters.
That's absolutely right. Our buddy Chris Stewart, C-Stew, we call him. 205-823-2212 is the number. 45% off retail price right now. They've been doing this for more than 20 years, so they've got a great service record. Stay off the dangerous ladders forever. If you fall off the ladder, break your neck, and die, you are no good to the wife and kids. So let our man C-Stew do it and cap those gutters. Cap it, don't snap it. 823-2212, a Gutter Cap.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that next round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Joe Klatt scheduled to be with us at the top of the hour, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, including our best and worst of the weekend. And again, if you had some pipes bust over the weekend, you're looking for a plumber, there's no better place to go than our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team over there will take care of you. And next time you are having an issue with something that wasn't running right or flowing right or draining right, or flushing right, just remember the name Hemp Hill. Here's their phone number, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. It's the name Birmingham's trusted for all their plumbing, cooling, and heating needs since 1954. They fix it right. They fix it at a fair price. Just remember the name Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. Rockstar Jim Harbaugh had an opportunity out in the desert to talk about the upcoming game. We'll just pretend last segment didn't happen.
Scott get here early enough to get that?
Yeah, Michigan and TCU. Scott threw this together for us. Jim Harbaugh talking about his team being in the right place at the right time as they're in the semifinals, 2 wins away from a national championship.
Back in July, you talked about 4 goals this year. 3 of them are now done, and this is one of the final games to getting to that 4th one. Can you just talk about the season, this moment, and where you're at right now?
Right where we want to be. And like I said, the best of the best playing the best. That's where we want to be. Ready to have at it.
No, that's good.
Well, I'm glad we rebooted.
Jim Harbaugh is a guy
he doesn't
that
give you much.
He does not give you a lot. And
Yeah.
and that for a guy who is so quirky, unique, will wash dishes on a recruiting trip, will climb a tree on a recruiting trip, will take his shirt off at a football camp, to finally be relevant and to not give you more is mind-boggling to me.
Well, and, you know, he's, again, back in the playoffs and, again, going to have to, and he's already had to start answering the NFL question. And another job, you mentioned it with Clay, Nathaniel Hackett at Denver. I don't know how good a job that is. Russell Wilson looks like he is old and washed up, and you got a ton of money invested in that guy. So I don't know how great a job that is, but his old team, Indianapolis, is going to be open
Right.
unless they have a brain fart and keep Jeff Saturday, who's won 1 game out of 6.
That won't happen. It continues to look bad.
Yeah, I would hope not.
He's answering that questions. It seems like he put that to rest, but what a way to go out. You get Michigan back to 2 playoffs. You feel like you've done your job at your old place. Now you can go to back to the NFL and sort of ride that into retirement.
But that said, a guy who had to restructure his contract to save his job a couple of years ago, or maybe not save his job, but ease the heat on his job, since then has beaten Ohio State in back-to-back years and made the college football playoff in back-to-back years. But here's how this works, and we have seen this at other places. Now the expectation, they fully expect Michigan fans to beat TCU and play for the national championship now against either their arch rival or Georgia.
It's the next step. Yeah.
It's the next step. You know, just getting to the playoffs. Okay, that's nice. We did that last year and we got run out of the stadium by Georgia. You know, our next step is to play for the national championship. So that's the way it is as a college football coach, and Jim Harbaugh knows that, is, you know, winning the Big Ten, yeah, that was nice. Beating Ohio State back-to-back years, that's nice. You got to keep taking those steps forward. And for him, beating TCU is that step forward. And then you're going to be expected to win a national championship at some point at Michigan. If you can continue to get the playoffs, you got to win a national championship. So it's always that next step for him, and he gets that. That's why he's getting paid, you know, a ton of money to be the coach at Michigan.
Just not as much as he once was.
No, surely he's got to get all that back, though. I mean, he's done
this year.
Yeah, he's done what you wanted him to do.
Yeah, it'll either be a really big contract this year to stay or a big one to go to the NFL.
That's right, yeah.
He'll get his money back. Rockstar's viewing menu every day brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Our friends at New Life, Daniel Moore, a wonderful Christmas gift, but now that the holidays have passed, you can start dialing back into those wonderful gifts for birthdays or anniversaries or whatever for the sports fan in your life.
Yeah, DanielMooreArt.com to see more. That is Daniel Moore Art with New Life Art. DanielMooreArt.com, Rocky.
Not much tonight because you got the Birmingham Bowl, but Paramount Plus, you can get Django Unchained. Quentin Tarantino.
The D is silent, I think.
Django Unchained. It's a good film with Jamie Foxx. Weird rap ending. Kind of a massacre. And then at 7 p.m. on Cinemax, a good war film, Valkyrie from 2008 with Tom Cruise. And last night I watched All Quiet on the Western Front, the Netflix original. It's all in German subtitles, so you probably won't watch it.
Yeah, but did you like it?
It is really, really good. It's really emotional.
You know, speaking of German, though, I never thought I would like Tom Cruise in that role, and he is fantastic.
He is. I like the way they did that, where he starts off in German, speaking German, writing a letter, and then it fades into English. So it's like, okay, we're going to translate it in English. We're not going to do subtitles.
You don't think about it. I thought I would think about it the whole movie, but you don't think about it at all because he is so good in that role.
That's why I wish he would do more acting roles and stop doing Mission Impossibles and jumping off cliffs.
I did.
But see, he owns those franchises, so he makes all the money.
He does, but he loves doing those stunts too. Like he loves being like that new thing where they're showing him jumping off a cliff with a motorcycle. With that's what he wants to do now. Jumping off planes.
I did binge watch Jack Ryan on Amazon.
The whole 3 seasons, or just
no, just this season, 8 episodes, and it's good. It's really well done. It's kind of I would say Crimson Tide and Hunt for Red October had a baby.
Had you seen seasons 1 and 2?
Yeah. 1 was really good. 2 I didn't like as much. 3 was better than 2.
Okay.
Still not as good as 1.
Maggie and I watched 1 together, enjoyed it, started watching 2, made it 2 episodes in.
2 was not real good. Yeah. 3, they went back to the formula that worked for them. And then they kind of call back some old Jack Ryan storylines. I liked it. I mean, look, it's going to get a little cheesy. It's going to get very you got to suspend belief. You know, I mean, they essentially kidnap a sitting head of state. I mean, it's probably not going to happen in real life. But it is it's good. I mean, if you just want something to kind of get involved in, a lot of Russian names you got to keep up with.
So if I'm halfway through something that just dropped over the weekend, what do you think it is?
Emily in Paris.
It is Emily in Paris.
I saw something about they're doing a lot of product placement that fans are upset about.
There is a lot of product placement in there, but it is the 3rd season and it is not as good as the first 2.
She in Paris, Texas this year.
She is not.
budget cuts.
Her and Coach Stallings are hanging out.
Emily in Paris, Texas. It's not as good. I don't like the love interest, and it's all been redone. It's all been done before Rockstar.
Damn, that's disappointing. Yeah. I guess I won't tune in.
Yeah, they did do one of her roommate is a singer, and she did a wonderful French rendition of In the Shallow Now. What's the name of that song?
In the Shallow.
In the Shallow.
You only added one word.
In the shallow.
We'll talk to Joe Klatt, a little college football coming up. That was Rockstar's Viewing Menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Klatt scheduled to be with us, the way this show's going. I'm going to say scheduled to be with us on the other side right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Joel Klatt with us in just a second as we get ready for the second half of the show live now on our Tuesday. We'll talk to Klatt in a second. And talk about these 2 great playoff games that we have coming up this weekend. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Talked to Sterling in the DMs last night. He wants to bring us some chicken up here soon. I told him to wait until we're all whole after the new year, but we can't wait to get some of that great Southern fried chicken up here in the studio and say hi to Sterling again. But you can go by and see him right there on Highway 119. He is open for lunch and for dinner this on this day and throughout the weekend. Perfect for football watching this weekend. And those Mississippi Delta tamales, you cannot beat them. Get ready for the playoffs with Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com.
All right, based on the fact that in my preview screen I see him in a hotel room, I think he's doing the Holiday Bowl tomorrow night. Oregon and North Carolina, the Fox Bowl game kicks at 7 locally on Fox 6. He is Joel Klatt, presented each week by MyBookie.ag. Code Next Round when you sign up, MyBookie.ag. What is up, Klatt? How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Are you in San Diego? Am I correct about that?
I am San Diego. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I was going to guess you were in an art studio. If you'll turn to your right, that little bowl over your shoulder, it looks like something you would be painting. Do you have a canvas over there? The fruit bowl.
The bowl of fruit?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I'm part of all these like rewards programs at all these hotels. So I check in and someone always brings up just a big bowl of fruit. And I'm like, thank you, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. But, not painting, certainly.
Yeah. That's art class 101, by the way, is a bowl of fruit.
Oh, yeah, that's where you start.
That's where you start. Anybody can draw the fruit, the angles there on the fruit, circles and half moons.
Yeah,
and
then you end
such
up
like
male nudes. That's where you go after that, right?
I never made it that far.
I call it the thinker or the stinker.
Hey, these playoff games this weekend, let's go backwards in normally what we do in the SEC. Let's go with a non-SEC champion game. Wow, mind blown. Michigan and TCU. It just doesn't seem like, and you've seen both of these teams a lot this year, that TCU's defense will be able to stop that Michigan running game. What can TCU do to slow down that running game for the Wolverines?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think about like the one team, and maybe there was more than one team. Maryland had a bit of success for a little bit. Illinois had a bit of success, against Michigan for a little bit in that game. But the one constant for Michigan all year was that they wouldn't panic if they would go through a series of possessions without a lot of success. And they just knew that in the end, their run game was going to eventually take over. And so what you see is, and the evidence was in the Ohio State matchup, was that in the late third and then in the fourth quarter, they were always the dominant team on the ground. What I thought was interesting about Ohio State is that Ohio State seemed like absolutely steadfast in the belief that they were going to stop the run. They were going to do it come hell or high water. And unfortunately for them, the desire to do that eventually broke them because they had to, commit too many resources from other parts of the defense in order to try to stop the Michigan running attack. Can TCU slow them down? Yeah, probably for a little bit. Will they be able to withstand for the entirety of the game? Probably not. I think that TCU's game plan has to be in this matchup that they're going to try to create big plays on offense and try to play from in front of Michigan. I think that that's the key, is that you've got to get into a game in which they're uncomfortable. It just has not happened much all season long. They were a bit uncomfortable early in the Ohio State game, got a couple of big plays, and then they were able to play from the lead. This is a team that is a front-running team. That's the style of game that they want to play. So rather than, at least for me, rather than thinking about like, how does TCU's defense do? I think it's more about the offense, and in particular, the first 3 or 4 possessions. Can you get a lead and make Michigan uncomfortable? I think that's the biggest key for TCU in this game.
Joel Klatt is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is presented by MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. He is with us from San Diego, where you can watch tomorrow night's Holiday Bowl here locally on Fox 6 at 7 o'clock. Good matchup, Oregon and North Carolina. In that Michigan game, though, we were just talking about Jim Harbaugh, and I don't know that anybody – I know you've spent some time on Harbaugh. I don't know how well anybody knows Jim Harbaugh. Do you believe he's committed to the college game? I mean – year after year, these NFL jobs are going to have his name attached to them.
I know that last year, like if Minnesota would have materialized, he was going to take it. And a lot of times what happens with coaches is like they flirt. And then when it doesn't happen, they recommit themselves to their location, or level. That happened, by the way, just offhand real quick. That happened with Mike Gundy a few years ago. Remember all the times he was linked to the Tennessee job?
Yep.
And he was always wanting the Tennessee job. And then he finally was like, what am I doing? I've got a good thing going here. I fit here. He grew the mullet and became, and he's been very successful because of it. It's my belief that Jim had that type of moment being in college and at Michigan after the Minnesota flirtation a year ago. I think he really enjoys coaching college. I think that he's finally doing it on his terms. He's not running an offense or a defense that he thinks he needs to run, but he's built the team in his image and his family's image. You know, it's his brother's defensive structure. He borrows coaches from his brother. They send him back and forth, you know, and then offensively, this is exactly what he wants to do offensively. We all know that. It's the way that he's been successful across all levels. I would be surprised if he jumped to the NFL. I think he really appreciates and enjoys what he's doing at the college level. There's a major caveat to this answer, and that is I think every single coach, so this is not Harbaugh specific, but I think every single coach in the college game is growing sick and tired of not transfers and NIL, but the mashed up calendar in which they have to deal with all of it at the same time. And I think that's the calendar in college football is going to be one of the biggest hindrances to keeping talented coaches. I think that there are going to be other coaches, not just Jim Harbaugh, that are going to be, made overtures from the NFL. I think Lincoln's going to get overtures. I think Ryan Day is going to get overtures. And what these guys are going to start looking at is their quality of life. You know, when you've got to deal with what is going on in the month of December, it makes no sense. We need to fix the calendar if we want to retain some of our quality coaches at this level.
Yeah, and for those that don't pay attention, the NFL, they have a month where there's a combine, a month where there's mini camps,
right.
There's a month there's
Everything's
a draft.
spread out.
Yeah, it's there's no overlapping of the portal, coaching changes. You're still playing bowl games and playoff games, and you've got to do your biggest signing day all at the same time. It was a mess last week for all these college coaches.
Well, and by the way, you know, it's a mess for the players as well. See, I firmly believe that we need to make the high school signing day totally separate from the transfer portal. And the reason is because I want there to be a more defined number of seats available in the transfer portal so that guys can make more informed decisions rather than jumping in thinking there's going to be a spot and then being left out in a game of you know, what do they call it? You know, the chairs, musical chairs.
Yeah.
There you go. You know, so like it would be better for the players. It would be better for the coaches. And unfortunately, in our sport, we've been too consumed trying to fix the postseason for far too long that we haven't addressed some of these real structural issues that could help the sport in a major way.
Yeah. For instance, Sam Hartman, who's now in the portal today, is going to go somewhere and be the starting quarterback. If I'm a high school quarterback, he may go to the school I picked thinking I was going to have playing time my first year, and Hartman may end up going to my school. Say I committed to Notre Dame, and I think I had a chance to be the starter. If he goes to Notre Dame, he's going to be the starter. I picked maybe the wrong school for me. I mean, it's crazy. What do you think of Sam Hartman? You followed his career. He's an ACC record setter. Would you, if you're Freeman at Notre Dame, Napier at Florida, anywhere that needs a quarterback,
yeah, of course,
you're okay with
1 year?
I mean,
yes. Look at the way that, and I don't think. Well, all right. So look at the way that a single player like a good quarterback has changed the fortune of programs in 1 year. And I hesitate a little bit just because it's not solely one guy. It's usually a combination, but, you know, like a coach and a quarterback. But think of like, and it's not even just, hey, you know, it's easy to say, look at what Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams did. But Williams is a generational talent, I believe. Look at Kalen DeBoer and Michael Penix, you know, 4 wins to 10 wins at Washington. Look at Tennessee, you know, with Hendon Hooker and what he was able to do after transferring in. And I know that it took a little bit of time then to develop. But if you can get a guy like a Hartman, I think that you go do that. If you think that you have a team that can win, and that's your one question is the quarterback position. I do think it's interesting, though, because that's such a specific offense that he played in, right? I mean, that slow mesh is so unique. And so I don't know. We'll see.
You will see tomorrow night 2 guys that I think are in the Heisman discussion. One I know will be in Drake May. I think Bo Nix, the former Auburn quarterback, has got to start the year in the Heisman discussion the way he played most of the year this year, Klatt.
I don't disagree. Before they kind of stumbled down the stretch, he was garnering that attention. Both of them were this year. I think Oregon, Dan Lanning has done a heck of a job. The one thing for Bo Nix that I think is interesting, peering into the looking glass of next year, is that without Kenny Dillingham as his offensive coordinator, what is he going to be? And, we've seen him have to deal with the changes at that coordinator position before, and he hasn't reacted well at Auburn. You guys know that, like he had really up and down from year to year. And so with Will Stein coming in, I know Will, actually. He played for the guy that I cut my teeth under as the offensive coordinator at Colorado, was the coordinator at Louisville when Will Stein was there. His name's Sean Watson. And Will was there the kind of the Bridgewater years and everything. So I know how Will cut his teeth, and I know Will knows what he's doing. So I think that it's going to work, but that would be my major question about Bo Nix, is just like, how's he going to do without Dillingham? And then Drake May, I think Drake May, watching him on tape this week, I've just come away so impressed. And I watched him during the year, but obviously, when you're not covering their games, it's you're trying to pop in and see a few of the games that he's playing. But when you actually sit there and actually break it down, he is so impressive. One of the best young quarterbacks I've seen in a long time. And to me, when I look at next year, the three guys that immediately start the year as kind of favorites, and I know you guys are going to kill me because none of these guys are SEC guys, but Penix, Caleb Williams, and Drake May are the three guys that I'm like, man, those are the three that I think are going to start the year as with the most hype going forward.
Any of those guys could hit the portal and come to the SEC, though.
Yeah.
If they see the light.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I mean, you never know. Now, I don't think Penix and Williams will, but the May issue, I don't know.
There's been a lot of smoke out there. Real quick, you mentioned Dan Lanning and Klatt. There were a couple of there were some in-game fourth down calls that a lot of people criticized him for this year because they didn't work.
Yeah,
and two major situations there. I have made the prediction that he is ultimately Nick Saban's successor at Alabama, and I'm probably going to be wrong about that, but it's a prediction. Well, what does he do well? When you look at Dan Lanning, and you've been around him some, what does this guy do well running a program?
Well, gosh, there's a lot. Okay. And I know that he's only run his own program for a year, so some of this you have to borrow from what he was able to help create at Georgia. I think that he does an unbelievable job in recruiting, first and foremost. It's still my favorite line of the entire year in a press conference when Kirby Smart got caught, basically saying, like, I want to thank Dan Lanning for recruiting the players that just kicked Dan Lanning's ass. You remember that. Like that's basically what he said after, so like he can recruit. And part of that is not just getting the kids to commit, but the guys getting and evaluating the right guys. And I've always been impressed with that because Georgia has the right players. They fit their system really well. They don't just go out and chase stars, even though they get stars. They chase the right fit for their structure. And I think that that's a rare trait in college football. So he does that really well. And then the other part of it is just, I think that he's willing to think outside the box. And that's not just about like fourth down calls, but it's everything. It's the fact that he hired, a guy in his early 30s to be his offensive coordinator, even though he was a first-year head coach. And then he loses that guy to Arizona State. And what does he do? Hire another guy who's in his early 30s to be the offensive coordinator. That's a bit outside the box because the traditional thinking would be, I haven't done this before. I need to surround myself with others that have done it. He's unapologetic about some of those moves that he makes in the fourth quarter. And then ultimately it comes down to the fact that this is a team that really believes in their chemistry, which goes to the head coach. And they're also really tough at the line of scrimmage. That offensive line and the way that they play, I think fits what Dan Lanning wants to do. So they're a modern college football program where they're going to spread things out. They're going to run a modern offense, but they've got old school toughness to go with it. And then the recruiting, I think, will be really good, in particular on the defensive side.
Ohio State beats Georgia to get to the national championship game. How? That's the other semifinal game. How does Ohio State win that football game?
Yeah, there's only one way. There's, if this is a 10-lane highway, if this game is played 10 times, whatever you want to say, there's only a couple of lanes that I think Ohio State comes away with a win. And it's pretty clear to me, anytime that Georgia has struggled or lost in the last 38 games, it's because they face a dynamic quarterback wide receiver combination. We saw that last year with Alabama when Jamison Williams was able to go off. I think Bama, and I know I'm going to get killed for this, Bama probably wins the national championship if Jamison doesn't get hurt in that game. Remember, it was not even the second quarter yet, I don't believe, and he had already had like 67 yards receiving and seemed to be getting loose just as he was in the SEC championship game. So they struggle when you can put out like a dynamic passing attack. Now, some have said to me, like, Joel, what are you talking about? They shut down Tennessee. I said dynamic, not just productive. Tennessee's passing attack is very elementary. Half field reads, two-man combination choice routes, and a quarterback that doesn't drop back at all. So if you can get a little pressure on them, you can make things uncomfortable, and then they were able to have success. Weather obviously that day helped them out a little bit. But when they face a team like Alabama, that passing attack, the ability to take away the effectiveness of the line of scrimmage, get out on screens, get out on the edge, attack down the middle of the field, full field read, so on and so forth. I don't want to say they struggle, but that's the way that you can potentially beat them. So Marvin Harrison Jr. has to have a big day. Emeka Egbuka has to have a big day. C.J. Stroud has to have a big day. And Ryan Day's got to call one of the best, games that he's called in his career. One thing I will say, and I'm going to pick Georgia, so don't get all over me about this, SEC fans. I will say, though, when Ryan has time, his offensive game plans are really, really strong. You saw that against Clemson in the last playoff. And so I think that game is going to be really a good game. I really do.
All right, 7 o'clock tomorrow night on Fox. You'll see Oregon and North Carolina at Petco Park, by the way, in the San Diego County Credit Union Holiday Bowl. As a kid growing up, the Holiday Bowl was always the most entertaining bowl game.
It was.
Often did not have the major implications, Klatt, but always an entertaining
And other
game.
than Stetson and C.J. Stroud, it's the best quarterback matchup of the postseason.
You're right.
It's a great quarterback matchup. And going into bowl season, I was like, are these two guys going to play? What's going to happen? Now they're both here. They're both playing. I couldn't be more thrilled with how this game is going to play out. I think there's going to be a ton of points. And we get to meet with Mac Brown today. Hey, Joel, how's your daddy? How's he doing? I remember recruiting him, at his school. He was so great.
How's your daddy? Total of 75 in that game. To Klatt's point about points, 75 is your total. Oregon favored by 14.
Take the over.
Klatt says, Uber.
Oh, so that means it'll be a 4-hour broadcast. Klatt's part of it.
What's better than 3 hours of Gus and Joel? 4 hours of Gus and Joel, right?
It'll be prime time.
Hey, by the way, I see you're adjusting your earpiece there. Check with our boy Bo when you go to his room. He's his new NIL's with Bo's headset. So get a freebie with Bo when you go talk to him.
These always slip out.
I've heard that about the new. Are those the new AirPods?
Yeah, AirPods Pro.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard they don't fit your ear as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Fox. Thanks a lot.
Baller.
Yeah, you know who does not get that anymore? The CBS crew from the SEC. They don't get that kind of stuff anymore.
Nope.
That contract's running out,
That's
man.
Right. All right, Klatt. We'll see you tomorrow night on the game, man. We appreciate.
They're going to get parkas now because they're coming up to
That's right.
bad weather.
Yeah. Enjoy the game. We'll see you next week.
All right, bro. Later.
All right. See you. Joel Klatt with the C2 courtesy of MyBookie, mybookie.ag, code next round, mybookie.ag, code next round. On that game, he is calling Oregon a 14-point favorite over North Carolina, but a big total of 75. Klatt likes the over, it appears. You can play at mybookie.ag, code next round. That is mybookie.ag. Get that big sign-on bonus with code next round.
Before Brown tells you about LT's hair guy, Dr. B, Rockstar, last week when Klatt was with us, Brown wasn't here. I basically thanked Klatt for his service all season long, wished him a Merry Christmas, and hopefully we could do it again in 2023. I'm more surprised that Klatt was with us today than anything else on this show today. I basically packed up with the Klatt segment and thanked him for the season.
It was a
great job all year.
Yeah, why did you do that?
I don't know. It just seemed like that was the great ending point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We got the playoffs next week. We didn't need that.
I mean, college football
We're
playoffs
going to
are
talk about
pretty
this week
big.
with them. There's nothing to talk about.
Alabama wasn't in, so I packed up Klatt and sent him on his way. But I'm glad Joel could join us from San Diego tonight. The Holiday Bowl tonight?
Tomorrow night, Jim.
Tomorrow night, yeah.
7 o'clock on Fox.
Yeah, I got to pay attention to this bowl schedule.
Yeah.
If only I'd sent out a schedule.
You got like a Saints game to prepare for or something.
I got to stock.
Who you playing tonight?
He's got to stock the concession stand. Pop some popcorn.
I've been watching Patrick Mahomes film all day long. My mind is blown on Madden 23 right now. All right, Dr. B will get LT's hair right. Dr. B can't cure the flu, but he can cure baldness.
There's no doubt. With age, for most comes hair loss. And LT found our guy, Dr. Beckenstein, and they set up a consultation. Dr. B and his team talked to Lance. They performed genetic testing, determining the best course for treatment. And what they found is this cutting-edge treatment. Dr. B is the only one in the state of Alabama offering it. He targets an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulates compounds and prescriptions to their individual profile. So that's the game changer here. Lance got his results. Then he and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting to go over options. They chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of Lance's hair. And he's seen great results already just in a couple of months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience in his advanced training to help patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Here's what you need to do. Do what Lance did. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. 205-319-0316. That's our guy, Dr. B. 205-319-0316. Trash is next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
If there is one thing you know about me from listening to The Next Round, it's that I love great food. My neighborhood restaurant is Oak House. In the Greystone Shoal Creek area, former Fleming's partners, Travis Grappo and the chef Oliver Robinson, have teamed up for an incredible restaurant. They have great steaks, seafood, wonderful salads, and the best pork chop I have ever tasted. You can see more online at oakhouseeats.com. Make a reservation there or give the gift of fine dining for this Christmas. And enjoy my favorite neighborhood restaurant, Oak House.
The beauty of the holiday is at the center of your table with the New York Butcher Shop. Their selection of USDA certified Angus prime rib roast, beef tenderloins, and fillets, as well as premium pork and lamb cuts, are the finest selections available in the market and are hand-cut just the way you want. With side dishes handmade by their professional chefs, your holiday meal is complete. Visit one of their 2 locations today, in Cahaba Heights or off Highway 119 in Greystone. Place your order today. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
This hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's world famous fried chicken. You guys over there reacting to a lot of stuff going on the show today, including the fact that I got the PlayStation 5 and been playing a lot of Madden. El Tigre says, I wonder if Jim does his own commentating while playing Madden or pretends to do post-game pressers. No, when you're playing the Dynasty, sometimes you have to answer post-game questions.
No, you do not.
You do.
You have to type them out.
Are you serious?
No, it gives you, it asks a question, you have to choose 3 choices, and if you give one of the answers and you don't live up to what you say in the answer, it ends up hurting your team's morale a little bit.
Wow.
Or it can help your morale.
I mean, this is in depth.
Yeah, yeah. As far as the commentating, no, I don't do that. Charles Davis is the analyst on there.
Oh, CD?
Our buddy CD, who
Who's
comes
the
on the show.
play-by-play?
Some guy I don't know.
Okay.
But he sounds a lot like somebody I can't name. It's familiar sounding. Sounds a lot like the guy who's the main guy on Fox now.
Kevin Burkhardt?
Yeah, it sounds a lot like him. I don't think it's him, though. But that is, it's, you know.
Is it Madden 23?
It is Madden 23. But I've got a salary cap issue. I'm having
Brandon
a hard.
Gaudin?
Oh, yeah, I've heard him, yeah.
I've got a salary cap issue. I'm having a hard time.
Oh, no.
I can see it on your face that you're
So
going through something.
you know what I did, right?
What?
Before the season even started, I traded Tom Brady.
Oh, you got rid of him?
Yep.
Who's your quarterback?
Justin Herbert. I traded him.
Who made that trade?
The Chargers. I sent,
what did you have to give them in addition to Brady?
Brady and one other player, and I think a third-round draft pick.
Well, at least it's realistic.
Yeah. For Justin Herbert.
Chargers are going to make that trade. Ridiculous.
Justin Herbert got the Chargers to the playoffs last night. They're in the playoffs with a win, 20-3 last evening. Austin Eckler. One more thing before we do trash. Austin Eckler had a couple more touchdowns. He's now got 16. He leads the league in touchdowns. He led the league in touchdowns last year with 20, right? He'd be the first guy since Todd Gurley in 2017 and 18 to lead the NFL in touchdowns in back-to-back years if he leads the league in touchdowns. I want to know from you fantasy football gurus, Lunsford, Forrest, or anybody that were in the playoffs, how can someone have Austin Eckler on their team and finish dead last in a 10-team fantasy football league? How is that possible?
Who did that?
Because their name is Jim Dunaway.
You did that?
I had Austin Eckler and won 3 games all year long. The guy who's leading in touchdowns. Isn't that what the game is scored on, touchdowns?
Yeah.
Disaster.
Hey, who won our league?
Because I rode Jalen Hurts all season long and he got injured in the championship. Lance beat me.
Sounds like Lunsford's making excuses, but that is a legitimate reason there.
So if your receivers had not got hurt or Colt hadn't got hurt, you would have won it?
Yeah.
Hey, my backup is Geno Smith, who had 4 points going into the final drive where he finally scored a touchdown. So Yeah, but if Colt McCoy hadn't gotten hurt, it would have been different.
Congratulations, Lance. He's off today for the fantasy football championship parade.
Downtown Birmingham, they're doing the tour. His phone just texting.
Yeah. All right, let's do trash. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit it.
Hey, boys. So you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates higher, and if you wait to buy, you could be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available. Build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. See more, mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. You can also call them 815-9200. That's a 205 area code, 815-9200. Seattle police are on the lookout for a carjacker. 2 women, by the way.
Oh, no.
You would
Thelma
think,
and Louise.
You would think 2 women could jack a car, but apparently they did in this situation. They carjacked a man before repeatedly stabbing him with a...
I'm going to say with an ice pick.
That would have been more deadly than what they chose. That would be pretty bad.
Oh, ice pick would
tear you up.
Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct.
They stabbed him with a pen, P-E-N, not P-I-N, a writing instrument.
Oh, wow.
And got away with his car in North Seattle Wednesday.
Why could he not stop him? He was concerned about ink poisoning?
I don't know. The man was in a Nissan Versa. He was stopped at a light. 2 women got in the car.
It was him versus 2 women.
Hey, how do you have your doors unlocked at that point? I thought like most cars, as soon as you put it in drive, the door's locked.
Well, even our founding fathers knew the power of the pen.
That's true, Jim. Police said 1 woman got in the front passenger seat. The second one got in the back. The women asked the man for a ride, and he agreed to provide one. Well, that's how it happens. Okie dokie.
Where are we going? I see this going somewhere.
The women in the passenger seat started to kick the driver and pushed him out of the car. The woman in the back seat got out, opened the driver's door, started to pull the man out, police said. The woman in the passenger seat took out a pen and repeatedly stabbed the man in the hand until he let go of the steering wheel. The women forced the man out of the car and drove off.
I've got the Pilot Bold right here, the Bold 10
Is
right here.
Is that a 10-point? Ooh,
yeah.
That'll do some damage.
Yeah. I mean, how much? I mean, it just cannot hurt that bad.
Let me try.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, it could hurt, but
if I do it multiple times on you, I'm not going to kill you, but it's going to hurt.
I don't want to overstate this, and I'm far from the manliest man out there. There is 0 chance 2 women could overtake me and steal my car.
I would, please.
Oh, I could find 2 women who could do it.
I mean, if they got a gun, that's a different story. But if they've got a ballpoint pen,
I could find 2 women without just using their hands who could take you down.
By the way, he was unaware they're going to attack him either. It's not like he was like sitting there, all right, you guys going to attack me?
Well, let him in the car. I mean, I'm not going to do that either.
No, he was thinking about sex. His mind was distracted.
No way.
Yeah.
He was being a good citizen.
Guess what he didn't get?
Yeah.
Hey, movie studios can be sued under false advertising. I was at Lunsford will appreciate this story. I just thought of it. I was at Hollywood Studios, the Disney thing.
Keep going.
Yes. All right. And they got that big Star Wars part, right? Now, I've never seen all the Star Wars stuff.
That's the one with Batman.
Yeah, the original 3 Star Wars, I've seen bits and pieces of that, but all the other 10 of them I haven't seen, okay? So everybody was raving about this ride you got to ride, and I thought it was a little overrated, Smuggler's Run or something like that, all right? Very complicated ride, very complicated. I just like to sit down, unplug my mind, and do a roller coaster. You had to do a lot of work on this one. It wasn't worth it. So anyway... when you walk in that Star Wars part, you are walking into another world. It is like Star Wars geeks have united, and they're everywhere, and they're all dressed up. Like they dress up in the costumes of their favorite people.
You're shocked by this, by the way.
Well, like there was a lady dressed up as Princess Leia, and my daughter was like, "Oh, that's the girl from the Star Wars. I'm gonna have my picture made with her." And then she realized she doesn't work at Disney at all. This girl's just here dressed up in full costume, right? All right. So anyway, they actually have people that work for Disney that are walking around. Like as the Stormtroopers and the Darth Vader. And
the Darth Vader?
What?
It's fine.
All right, so I'm walking in, they come walking up, and I'm like, I said to my oldest daughter, I'm like, oh, look, it's a Stormtrooper and Darth Vader. And some guy turns around and goes, it's Kylo Ren, or whatever the guy's name is.
What's his name, Darth?
No, Darth.
Kylo Ren, yeah.
Kylo Ren. And he was like all pissed off. He's like, it's Kyler Wren. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, Kyler Wren. I apologize.
Kylo.
So you guys,
Kylo Wren.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy, so then he goes, he's like in his 50s, and he is freaking geeking out about this thing.
No, I mean, it's like their Super Bowl, Brown. They stood in line or, got the assigned time to get in there. It's the Holy Land.
It's like going to a Mets game going, man, there's a ton of people that love the Mets here. I'm like, calm down.
Yeah.
Jeez. I get it.
I just thought it was a fancy Darth Vader. I didn't realize he was another.
He's from the new trilogy of movies.
Is he younger than Darth Vader or older? Is it his dad?
Younger. It's
his
Han
son?
Solo, it's Han Solo's kid.
Oh, so he turned bad?
Han Solo and Leia's kid. Yeah, it's the whole thing. You got to watch the
Whoa,
movies.
Han Solo and Princess Leia got together? I thought she was a Luke Skywalker girl.
She was his sister.
She was Luke Skywalker's sister?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were dating.
Yeah.
No.
And Black Adam is not actually black.
Yeah. We established that, right?
And by the way, they're rioting in Aliceville prison. There are
Why?
people over there who think they can get two women in the cell block to take you down.
I would just love to have that. Me and my daughter
Different
got a
kind of
picture with
takedown.
Kyler Wren. Nice guy.
Yeah. Luckily, he was hurt with the Cardinals.
I did. Now that you mentioned it, I did think that's a fairly common name for a Star Wars character, Kyler. Movie studios can be sued under false advertising laws if they release a deceptive movie trailer, according to a federal judge Tuesday. What makes it deceptive, you might ask, Jim?
What is it?
U.S. District Judge Stephen Wilson issued a ruling in a case involving the movie Yesterday, the 2019 film about the Beatles, which is a good film, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Yes, it is.
It advertises Anna de Armas as a love interest in the movie. However, she was cut out of the final cut.
Yeah, I never saw that.
So she's not in it. The studio's lawyers argued the trailer is just artistic, expressive work. The judge disagreed and said it was false advertising. So they have filed this suit. They each paid $399 to rent Yesterday. They are seeking $5 million in damages, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll meet somewhere in the middle.
That's right.
I do not remember her in the movie at all.
She was not. She was cut out.
She was cut.
Who was she supposed to be the love interest of?
I don't know.
I would imagine the guy who sings like the Beatles.
Yeah.
Hamish Patel. That's right.
Yeah.
It's in here. It's in the story. I just didn't read that part.
Wow. I don't remember that dress
No?
in the movie.
Yep. Florida Dominatrix Group has demanded that the city council add a dungeon for them. A dominatrix trio headed by their latex leader known as Miss Cave. Is this is that them, Rockstar?
Brown, it's,
No, that's the.
it's Cave.
Yes, that's him.
It's Cave.
It's Cave.
Miss Cave.
Rockstar is showing us a stock photograph.
I love how she has enough room for her ponytail to come out, too.
That's true.
That's not a stock photo. That's really
I
it.
know. I'm kidding. So they really went to a city commission meeting dressed as that.
Yep.
I promise you, I thought it was a Daft Punk cover band.
I know it's going to be Daft Punk.
Huh? The odd request happened at the city's commissioners were reviewing nearly $1 million contract for a waste processing plant with Waste Management. The BDSM culture argued that that's a waste of money when they could build them a $250,000 dungeon for their activities.
Why does one have their mouth cut open and the other two don't have a space for their mouth?
She's the
bro?
speaker, man.
Oh, okay.
She's the dom, and they're the subs, according to this. Now, Jim, I know you already know this, but the dom is dominant. The sub is submissive.
That's
in
right.
BDSM culture.
Yep. You can check the scars on my back to figure out which one I am.
Oh, my. Oh, my God.
Rockstar, it's like the third strangest thing he said on the show today. And finally, a couple who recently moved from the United Kingdom to Nashville say their beloved pet is still traumatized. An airline was supposed to send the pet to Nashville. Instead, they sent him to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, wow.
Common mistake.
I'm more likely to give them more money than I am the guy who rented Yesterday.
James Miller booked the flight December 1st from London's Heathrow Airport to Nashville. His wife, Madison, had flown to Nashville already so she could prepare the home for Bluebell, the Miller's rescue lab mix, who was about 5 years old. He was on British Airways, which requires pets to fly in the temperature-controlled cargo hold. Instead of being loaded into the Nashville flight, he was loaded into the Saudi Arabia flight.
You think Lady Bird would have... would you like to be on that
gosh.
speaker conversation?
No.
Lady Bird would have never been shipped like a pet. It would have been first class.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Own ticket.
When she gets there, they have to make her wear a barca.
Barca.
The bill adds so much to it.
Jennifer Aniston would be in first class flying next to the Lady Bird. No doubt about that. That's a great TV show. We just stumbled across it. give me 3 lawsuits, and then they present their lawsuit over the course. We decide which one gets granted the money.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like People's Court, except we pick the winner.
Yeah, and we do 2 different judgings. The first 15 minutes, we do 3 people who've got some lawsuits, and then the second 15 minutes, we do 3 lawsuits, and we decide who gets the cash out.
Yeah, I've only heard a little bit of your case, but I'm going with you for the $5 million.
Now, listen, that yesterday bull crap, no shot. I'll go with you, who had his pet shipped all the way to Saudi Arabia.
Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program helps you lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected.
Will not.
It will not. You can see more at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call them at 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
James on Twitter has a question about Alabama down in New Orleans. You'll hear from Nick Saban as well. More playoff talk in the final hour. We've got 4 downs, and the phone lines are open in the 12 o'clock hour, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. All that still to come right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
0-0 in Montgomery Crampton Bowl into the second quarter. 6-6 Georgia Southern, Buffalo 6-6 with no score right now. Georgia Southern's trying to get in the end zone, but they're going to have to settle for a field goal as they get stopped there. SEC basketball starts conference play tomorrow. Tennessee Ole Miss at 4 o'clock, a host of games. Auburn at home, 6 o'clock, ESPN2, Auburn Network on radio. Alabama on the road at Mississippi State, 8 o'clock, SEC Network, Crimson Tide Sports Network. We'll answer a question. I'll get Brown's help, and I'll answer it too. A question from James right after I tell you about our friends at the New York Butcher Shop. They bring us the steak bet and a lot more. That includes great food, 2 great locations, Cahaba Heights and Greystone on Highway 119. Aged, prime, certified Angus beef steaks and roast, premium Berkshire pork chops, ribs, Boston butts, all the natural home, hormone-free chicken, lamb, and veal that you want. Homemade sausages, beef hot dogs, you name it, they've got it right there. Huge deli sandwich selection right there. I'm telling you, you go get a sandwich from New York Butcher Shop, it is stacked like you're right there in the Big Apple. The meat is stacked that high on it. It is an unbelievable sandwich. They got catering services, fine wines, local craft beers, and more. It's New York Butcher Shop, Cahaba Heights, and Greystone. You can also look them up online right there. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service right there at those 2 locations. On Twitter, and you were always open to questions there at Next Round Live, James writes in, Jim, with all the new players coming in to Alabama, do you think there is a chance of Bryce Young coming back to Alabama next year? I don't do absolutes, but in this case, he's going to be the first or second quarterback taken. I understand these guys playing in this game, which is a stretch for me, but for them to come back another year, other than to try to win a national championship, I've heard people be discussing this over the last few days. I just don't see where there's a path to that happening like Peyton Manning did back in the 90s.
I would say this, though. For the first time in college football history, we are at a point where, and I don't know that Bryce Young will do this, I'm just making a point. For the first time in college football history, we are at a point where a player can financially make the decision, do I want to make more money than I've ever made in my life to play another year of college football because I now know the draft order, and I don't really like where I might go.
So you would say if I'm Bryce Young and I don't want to say go to Houston Texans.
That's right.
I can come back, make a number at Alabama, try to win the national championship as a starter, and then see where I go the following year. But isn't it always going to be a sucky team?
Well, it could, but, I mean, you could always say, look, I don't want to play in Houston. They just look like they're going nowhere, and it's not going to be worse than that next year. I mean, this is an awful Houston team. It's not going to be worse than that. I may get in an equally bad situation, but at least now I don't think he'll do that. I think he'll go to the NFL, but I am saying we are at a unique place in college football history where for the first time ever you can actually make that decision.
But
nobody's ever been able to do that, really.
What is that price? I mean, to get a guy, a first-round guy, to get a guy to pass on a first-round selection, not first overall, but a first-round selection, what is the price that I would need to raise in my NIL world if I was, say, Alabama or a school like that?
I think if you told me $5 million, which I know he would make more than that as a first-year NFL player, I understand that.
Wouldn't it have to be north of 10?
No, I would say $5 million plus a really good insurance policy. The school can only do so much, and that's one thing Nick Saban talked about with Will Anderson and Bryce Young and Jahmyr Gibbs. By NCAA rule, the school can only pay so much insurance collectively, not per player. But I think like when you put all the insurance premiums they pay together collectively, it cannot exceed a certain amount.
That's right.
So in my NIL, I would need $5 million plus maybe some more NIL money to go towards a insurance policy for me, so that if I did get hurt, I've got $5-6 million that I have earned. I got to pay taxes on that, obviously, and I've got an insurance policy that will take care of me down the road if I wanted to do that.
I'm looking for. I did the research for Taylor one time on how much, and I've lost it now, on how much money you have to pay per millions of dollars. I think it's $10,000 per million that you do the insurance with Lloyd's of London.
Yeah.
For instance, if I was going to insure you for $10 million, I would need $100,000 cash payment that the schools would end up paying.
But think about that. So if I wanted to insure myself for $20 million, which is a drop in the bucket on what I would make in the NFL, but if I wanted to do this, that's $200,000. If I'm making $5 million in NIL money and I peel off $200,000 to supplement whatever the school can pay for me, so now I've got the school, I can supplement it with my $200,000, and I'm making, after taxes, let's say $3 million. That's not the worst idea in the world if you want to do that. I mean, at least you've got the option now.
El Tigre says, I hate to be the tax guy here, but a college player with NIL doesn't have to pay taxes in each state he plays in like an NFL player does.
That is true. I was explaining that. That's so weird he brought that up. I was explaining that to my daughter for some reason. I can't remember. Oh, we were talking about how Florida doesn't have state income tax. And that's why a lot of pro athletes want to play in Florida, but they have to pay taxes in every state where they play an NFL game. I think Barrett Jones was the first person to enlighten me of that. I never knew that.
Yeah, but like they were with the St. Louis Rams at the time, right?
That's right, yep.
And when they would play in Los Angeles,
they had to pay California taxes. If they play Kansas City, they got to pay, the taxes there. If they play Cleveland, they got to pay state of Ohio taxes.
But when they played the Dolphins or the Buccaneers, the Jaguars, they ended up making more money.
Yeah. And obviously, if you're a player in one of those states where you don't have to pay state income tax, it benefits you because 8 games, I don't have to pay anything. As far as state, I do have to pay federal, obviously. So, yeah, that's kind of a weird deal. But still, I mean, you're going to make less playing in college even after the taxes. But if you just wanted to continue playing college football, you're better set up now than you've ever been on something like that. You could afford to do what I'm talking about pretty easily. I mean, there were reports that Drake May was being offered $5 million. If Drake May's being offered $5 million, what is a Bryce Young worth?
Yeah, now, he has come out and
he said that
and denied all of that. And we'll get into that coming up in the next hour because I have that on the to-do list here of Drake May, who is the record-setting quarterback at North Carolina, who is going to stay at North Carolina. A big story on that, and he did some talking about the reality and the not reality of the $5 million offers for him to go somewhere else. Before we get to the top of the hour, Lincoln Riley had a chance to go watch Baker Mayfield play. Forrester, if you can give me the reaction from Oklahoma fans. Now, all Lincoln Riley did, Lincoln Riley's at USC. Baker's now with the Rams, and I think they played Christmas Day, didn't they? He had a chance to take the family to watch Baker, the guy he coached at Oklahoma, and they posed for a picture afterwards. And all Lincoln tweeted was, hey, great to see Baker get the Christmas Day W. First time to see one of my Q's NFL games in person. Really special. As you would imagine, and you can see at the bottom, Oklahoma fan did not like him calling one of my Q's. I used to be a Baker Mayfield guy, more of a Kyler guy now. Made my 7-year-old throw away his Baker headband from the spring game. Britt writes in, you're never welcome back. They were really more fierce with Lincoln Riley, saying he's not your QB, he's our QB. You left him when you lose him when you left us at Oklahoma. Fair or unfair for the way Oklahoma fans are treating Lincoln these days?
Not surprising. I don't know that it's I mean, unfair in the fact that Lincoln Riley did a lot for you while he was there. Fair in the fact that Bob Stoops set it up perfectly for you and you left in the dead of the night on the heels of your rivalry game to take another job. I mean, I get it.
And took Caleb Williams with you.
Yeah, raided the store on your way out. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand fans feeling that way. And he's got them, at least in 1 year, and it's only 1 year, better off than where their program was. Their program was fighting to get bowl eligible. His program was a game away for the college football playoff.
Yeah, you just can't you can't blame Baker Mayfield. That was his
No,
his
I don't
coach.
blame Baker at all. I mean, it's a personal relationship, not a school relationship with Baker. And those guys went through a lot of battles together.
Yeah.
So I don't blame Baker at all.
And I think Stoops actually wasn't that sort of the transition quarterback? Stoops is the one that helped bring him from Texas Tech to Norman, and then Lincoln inherited that. Top of the hour, whole hour to go on the show. That includes 4 downs, but we'll get into the discussion about Stetson Bennett against C.J. Stroud. Is there a quarterback advantage for Georgia in this game? We'll talk about that, getting ready for the playoffs coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, a great place right there off of Highway 119 to get a variety of services.
Yeah, 119 and 280 right there in Tattersall Park. You could find Greystone Chiropractic. And listen, start the new year right with Element Wellness. That helps you look better, feel better, and heal better at Element Wellness. Things like vitamin infusions, cryotherapy, red light therapy. You could get gift cards for that person in your life, maybe as a New Year's gift. Say, hey, feel better, look better, heal better. ElementWellness.me, ElementWellness.me.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, one more hour to go. We're about to do 4 downs here. Part of the show, though, being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. We'll do the Odie's headlines here. Odie's is where you guys do trivia on Wednesday night, and also a great place for lunch at Diablo Sandwich, great place for music on the weekends, and just a great local neighborhood pub.
Oh, we got trivia every Wednesday around 8 o'clock. Me and Lance and Will Haver get to host it sometimes, not often. You get to see Ryan Brown.
I think you will this week.
We may see Ryan Brown pinch hit this week on trivia.
Based on Lance Taylor's health report, based on the his game preparedness, I'm going to say I'm in this week.
Does he sound like this?
I haven't talked to him. I've only texted with him.
Yeah, I've only been texting.
I think he's got the old flu. I don't think you get out much with the flu. The old flu will get you.
But it hit him. He wasn't here the last day we did a show, but that was planned. But I think it hit him the next day, Christmas Eve. So
that's not good.
He's still down, man. It's tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll be there tomorrow night, I'm pretty sure.
But really, much like with our wives, the person I feel really sorry for is the roommate. Because we all admit, right, guys.
You don't think he's high maintenance when he's sick?
I know.
We are the worst, right? I don't know how you guys are. I like to be left alone, right?
Yep, absolutely.
I like to be left alone, but I do, I feel like women handle sickness better than men do.
There's no doubt.
And I'm a mess if I do not feel great. I like to be by myself. Do not talk to me unless you're bringing me food and water and stuff.
You need a bell.
Like your
prison. The bell would work?
I do need a bell, yes. I do need a bell.
I wish he had that.
Here's your Odie's headline. Sam Hartman's in the portal officially. Some people are holding out hope that he's coming to your school, the 110 touchdown pass ACC record holder. But I see Pete Thamel is one of the people thinking that maybe he ends up at Notre Dame. Also, you get a commitment for Alabama. C.J. Dupree, the tight end from Maryland, very thought of in the portal, highly thought of in the portal, chooses Alabama over Ohio State. Big get there. From the national championship semifinals, Georgia head coach Kirby Smart says Ladd McConkey, his left knee healing fine. Looks like he's going to be full go on Saturday. And the same for right tackle Warren McClendon. They're both working through injuries, both expected back for the Dogs as they take on Ohio State this weekend. Rockstar cut number 7. Speaking of Ohio State, Ryan Day getting ready for that showdown. They got that second life, losing to Michigan, but they're getting a chance in the college football playoff. Here's Ryan Day talking about the battle with Georgia.
When you're in games like this, every yard is a fight. Every first down, every point is going to be that way. So we've been preparing that way. We've been practicing that way, and we'll continue to do that throughout the week because we know what a challenge we have here. But when you get into the CFP, certainly there's just a certain level that we have to make sure we're preparing for. They have a lot of great weapons. Certainly they play a high level of football. They're defending national champs and certainly undefeated this year. So we know what we're up against, and we're continuing to prepare for that. And certainly looking forward to this week as we head to Saturday.
Yeah, Georgia's won 23 of their last 24 games.
I mean, exactly. Their last loss, it's hard to believe, was Alabama in the SEC championship game.
Yeah, and they won a lot of games before that,
That's right.
too. Yeah,
Yeah,
23 of the last 24.
Yeah, Ohio State's got their hands full, and it seems like an eternity since Ohio State's played a game. I mean, think about how long ago that Michigan game seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, it's rivalry Saturday, same day as the Iron Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like they will have been off the field for a very long time. I don't know if playing just one more week after that gives Georgia any sort of advantage. But boy, you can see them being a little bit rusty early.
Yeah. All right, let's do a little 4 downs here. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 5 great locations, 4 questions, 5 locations. Not just for tires, they fix anything bumper to bumper.
Yeah, they have worked on my wife's car, my daughter's car. I don't think I can give you a better endorsement than that. I trust my family's vehicles with Vulcan Tire and Automotive. You can as well. VulcanTireandAuto.com. 5 great locations throughout the Birmingham area.
First down.
Side note, I agree with Rusty. I think Ryan Day's beard looks sprayed on. Caleb says it's just for men. He should have an NIL just for men. You think he dyes that thing?
I don't know. Is the rest of his hair that black? How old is Ryan Day? 40-something, right?
I'm going to put him at 41.
I mean, look, I'm 46. How much gray hair do I have?
You have some.
Some, but not a ton. So it's possible. I've never colored mine. I know you color yours frequently.
Yeah, my beard? I do not.
You used to color your hair.
I used to color my hair.
43 is how old he is.
Yeah.
I think it's natural, honestly.
It's a dark, dark beard. It looks darker than his real hair does. Or maybe it's just the way it shows up on TV. First down here, you guys have made fun of my Buccaneers all year long about their record. All of a sudden, I can ask this question. Who goes into the playoffs with more wins, NFC South or AFC South?
Well, I think here's the weird thing about the AFC South is this Sunday's games don't matter for either team, Jacksonville or Tennessee. It's all about their head-to-head. That's going to settle it.
In the final week.
In week 17, or game 17, week 18, to the point that they're talking about resting guys this Sunday so that everybody is fresh next Sunday. So you could have both teams take an L almost intentionally just so that they're 100% for that Jacksonville-Tennessee game. And it looks like it's going to be without Ryan Tannehill. He had the tightrope surgery here in Birmingham, so it's going to be Malik Willis, I think. So I'm going to say the NFC South because I think your AFC South winner is only going to have 8 wins, right?
Yeah, the Buccaneers can lock up with a win this weekend against Carolina with 8 wins. Then you probably maybe rest Brady and them because there's upward movement at that point in the final game. So they're going to get in with 8. Somebody will get in with 8 as well. Likely end up being tied there, but all of a sudden both the South divisions look equally sucky.
They are both really, really bad, but Tampa's at 7 wins. Who do you guys have left?
Carolina this weekend, likely for the championship.
Yeah, and then you would rest at Atlanta?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be tight. I will still go Tampa with more wins.
Second down.
Who's the best team in the NFC right now? Bring this up because Michael Irvin says it's the Cowboys. If LT was here, he would tell you even with Brock Purdy, it is the 49ers. And then the record would tell you it's the Eagles.
Look, I mean, it's easy to say knee-jerk Cowboys after what you saw on Christmas Eve. But keep in mind, there were 4 turnovers in that game, and Jalen Hurts didn't play. Philadelphia had the fumble. They had the interceptions there. When Jalen Hurts is with Philadelphia, they are a different team. So I'm not quite ready to say Dallas is obviously that much. Keep in mind, this is a team that had to come from behind to beat the Texans just a couple of Sundays ago. They lost to Jacksonville in overtime, who's fighting to make the playoffs. So it's not like they've been on a heater by any stretch of the imagination before that Philadelphia win.
It was 3rd and 20+ when they threw the bomb to T.Y. Hilton, who made an unbelievable catch.
Yeah.
Or they lose to the Gardner Minshew Eagles this past week.
And Minshew turned it over a lot. They had the additional fumble in that game. I still think Philadelphia is the better of those 2 teams and will win that division. I'm not going to buy into Brock Purdy. I'm going to say it's the Eagles are the best NFC team.
It's Eagles, 49ers, Cowboys for me. Cowboys 3rd on that list.
I'll tell you who it's not is Minnesota. I think that team is a fraud. I think the Vikings are the type of team. They kicked the game winner against New York on Christmas Eve.
From 60, what was 60?
Yeah, Greg Joseph hit it from like 61. I think it was 61 or 62. They're the type of team, Minnesota, that will get in as the 2 seed and will lose to your Tampa Bay Buccaneers or somebody like that.
Oh, if we beat the Cowboys and then beat them, I'd be in heaven at that point.
Third down.
Speaking of our favorite team, Dolphins, 1-game lead, still holding on to a playoff spot, but Tua's back in concussion protocol. Dolphins make the playoffs, don't make the playoffs.
I'm still going to say they make the playoffs. They've got to be. If they beat New England, they're in Sunday. Now, it looks like it's going to be Teddy Bridgewater versus Mac Jones. I don't think Jones gets suspended.
No, it's going to be a fine of $11,139, according to Tom
Very
Florio.
specific, yeah. So, obviously, that's some sort of formula. It was a dirty play by Mac Jones.
I think so, too.
I don't think there's any other way around it, and he's starting to get a reputation for that.
Someone called him the Grayson Allen of the NFL.
I mean, look, he's got to watch it or he's going to get that reputation.
Yeah, he's had 2 or 3, 4 incidents that looked cheap. It was a cheap-ass move, I thought.
No, I don't think there's any doubt. You're diving at a guy's knees behind the play. There was just no reason for that. No reason whatsoever to dive at Eli Apple's knees there.
And then when you try to explain it, it sounds dumber.
Yeah.
I was trying to take out a fast guy so my fast guy could catch the other guy.
No, I mean, it's 5 or 6 yards behind the play, and it's almost in the end zone.
And it looked like it was about 5 yards from the end zone, too.
There's no way he's thinking that. All of that said, I will still say Miami makes the playoffs. I'll say Teddy Bridgewater or Tua leads them to the win in New England, and they lock it down on Sunday.
4th down.
They hold the tiebreak. They will hold the tiebreaker if they lose Sunday to New England, but they win next week and New England loses. They end up tied head-to-head there. They'll hold the tiebreaker over New England. It's the Jets they would have to worry about.
Yeah, Jets, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh, and or Jacksonville, depending on which. There's
Who wins the South, yeah.
4 teams lined up right behind them with 7 wins, and they have 8 right now, the Dolphins, and we're all watching Tua Tagovailoa and see what he's doing in the concussion protocol this week. Teddy Bridgewater getting first-team reps until that point comes down. 4th down is this question. Who retires and stays retired first at this point now? Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers? I told you earlier, I've watched Brady 15 games now. Looks miserable. He's having zero fun. Aaron Rodgers, on the other hand, looked miserable to start the year. All of a sudden, his team is winning down the stretch. They've got a chance to make the playoffs if they win out. He looks like he's having more fun, and he still could do what Brady has done and relocate maybe to a Denver or something and play 1 year.
Well, there's the report that Gronk wants to come out of retirement and play with him wherever he is next year. That doesn't excite me at all.
Wherever
I'm with you, Rockstar.
Wherever Aaron is?
No, where Brady
Tom,
is.
Yeah,
where Brady is. And I'm with Rockstar.
I don't want to sound like a Patriot fan, so I won't say Pac the Cobb, but if Brady does play somewhere else other than Tampa with Gronk, I'll be pissed off.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's only given us 3 years and gave a lifetime to the Patriots.
You just traded him to the Chargers.
I know. Yeah, you got rid of him for Justin Herbert.
It was a good deal, too good to pass
Well,
up.
I would agree for you. All of that. I just watched Aaron Rodgers play Sunday against my Dolphins, and the guy, I mean, he doesn't have the weapons around him that a lot of people have. And he still makes every single throw.
He drops it in, doesn't he?
I mean, he is so good. And that quick slant throw he makes, it's just indefensible. I don't know how they've lost as many games as they've lost. They don't have a great defense, even though they forced the 4 turnovers against Miami. But Rodgers is just a weird guy. I'm going to say he retires first. He's just he walks to a beat of a different drum, man.
He does. That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 5 great locations throughout the Birmingham area. We trust them, not just with our vehicle, but with our entire family's fleet of vehicles. You can as well, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Dwayne McBride announced over the weekend he is headed to the NFL. No surprise there. Could have played another year with UAB. He's the all-time leading rusher, this and that. 9, I think it's 9. UAB records he holds. 9 of them.
Yeah,
school records, 9 of them.
I don't know who people consider the best player in UAB history. Roddy White, Darrell Hackney, maybe. There have been Brian Thomas on the defensive side.
You'll get a lot of Roddy White because of what he did in the NFL.
Yeah, but he was really good in college too.
He was too. But for what he did in college, it's easy to say Hackney's in the conversation as well. But as good as UAB has been in the Bill Clark, the post-shutdown.
You feel like you got to pick somebody from that era, don't you?
You do, because they've won championships.
And if you do, it's Dwayne McBride. Yeah. And he may well be the best UAB player we've ever seen.
9 school. I mean, who sets 9 school records?
Now, the flip side of that was program's only been around, 20 years, but still, 9 school records is crazy.
Yeah. The good luck to McBride. I think he has an NFL career, right?
I hope so. You never know with running backs, but the way he has run the football, I mean, he's got to have people's attention. Most running backs are going to be drafted in that 3 to 6 round window.
He has a nice mix of power and speed, you know.
I hope he goes and kills in the NFL. He's been a great player for UAB.
He really has. So that came over the weekend. Some other NFL portal announcements, and not NFL portal, NFL draft announcements happening almost on the daily basis now as we approach that deadline coming up in about, I think it's 2.5 weeks when we get to that NFL deadline. All right, when we come back, Luke Fickell's doing something I don't think a lot of people love. I'll get Brown's reaction to that and some more college football as we get ready for the bigger bowl games this weekend. Right now, 7-6. The score down in Montgomery, where Buffalo is leading Georgia Southern right now, approaching the end of the first half, and a nice crowd on hand at Clemson.
Boy, there
Bowl.
is. I mean, look how big that crowd is. I like that Buffalo uniform, too, by the way.
I don't. The black with the blue pants?
Yeah, I like that helmet.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah, I do. It's a black helmet with a blue Buffalo logo on it. I like that.
It looks like
that's a good-looking helmet.
From a distance, when you're watching the TV game and not a tight shot, it looks like that one of the devil emojis.
I agree.
That you get on your phone.
I also feel like I'm watching a USFL team in Buffalo. It's got a little USFL look to it, that uniform.
Yeah. All right, we're back in a moment. 3 more games later today: Memphis, Utah State, Coastal, and East Carolina here in Birmingham, and then Wisconsin and Oklahoma State happening tonight. This is the next round, being brought to you in part today by our friends at MyBookie. In the game, Georgia Southern right now, they're a 4.5-point favorite, though they're down 1. The next game up is Memphis, a 7.5-point favorite as they play Utah State. Coastal and East Carolina here in Birmingham without Grayson McCall playing for Coastal Carolina. East Carolina, the Pirates, a 7-point favorite in that one. And the Badgers tonight, a 3.5-point favorite against Oklahoma State. 9:15 kick out in Phoenix. MyBookie can get you into any of those games.
MyBookie.ag is the website to go to. Use promo code NEXTROUND and get that special deposit bonus just because you like our show. They're going to give you a deposit bonus. You could use it right away and experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND, MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. And you do it, and you get started by going to MyBookie.ag and put in that code NEXTROUND. Get that bonus, start using it right away. College football bowl games, NFL playoffs, college basketball is on fire now. Go to conference play. You've got the NBA and weekly blackjack tournaments all right there in MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Pritchell over there wants to know who are you guys picking, Clemson or Tennessee? Who you got, Brown? That's always my favorite. Who you got, Clemson or Tennessee?
You know, Tennessee's got a lot of guys that have opted out of this game on the receiving core. I am going to go with Clemson here. Cade Klubnik getting his second start. Every quarterback, by and large, Will Levis being an exception, that has gone against Tennessee has torched that secondary. And we saw Klubnik perform very, very well against a bad North Carolina defense. In the ACC championship game. I think he'll do the same thing against Tennessee's defense. I like Clemson.
Sadly for Tennessee fans, it feels like this is the end of what has been a great season with a lot of opt-outs. For Clemson, this feels like they're treating this like the jump start to next year in Cade Klubnik's time as the quarterback. They seem to be approaching this with more of a look to the future, even more than Tennessee, even though in Tennessee's camp, you're hearing nothing but rave reviews about Nico Imalieva, the quarterback who's already on campus and already is doing the practices with Tennessee, right? So there is discussion of the quarterback who cannot play in this game looking better than the quarterback Joe Milton who will play in this game.
That's right. There was a fake message board thing going around saying Imalieva could actually play and they may play him. He can't. But he has been practicing with the team, and almost everyone thinks he's the actual future, not Joe Milton. But you got to go Joe Milton here. I mean, that's the guy that's going to have to start this game with Hooker out. So I don't have a ton of faith in Joe Milton. We've seen a lot of him, cannon arm. But, boy, there's sometimes it seems like he couldn't throw in the ocean if he wanted to. Yeah. He can throw it long enough to get there, just can't find it.
Hey, my friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing want to help you out this holiday season and moving into 2023. How about a free no-cost roof inspection? Absolutely free. All you have to do is look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. You can contact him there, or if you want to talk to him or send him a text, you can do that, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. He gives you a free, no-cost roof inspection, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the industry, and insurance companies trust him. He's Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned for over 20 years, and he also has specials for military personnel. Active, reservists, and also veterans. He has some special free services he'll do to help preserve your roof, including some things that he'll take care of with the pipe jack boots, the flashing, the gutters, and a lot more. If you are a military person, family of a military person, or know someone who is in the military, contact that person and tell them to call Greg, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. He wants to thank you for your service. All right. Couple of things going on. One, Notre Dame, they lost their quarterback to the portal. Drew Pine is out. He's the guy who had quarterbacked most of the season after the injury to Tyler Buckner. Buckner is back. He's going to start for Notre Dame in their bowl game coming up against South Carolina. Remember, he was the starter the day he got hurt, and they lost to Marshall. He had won the job back in the day, so really it's their starting quarterback who's coming back from injury who's actually going to start in this game.
Yeah, I don't know how to handicap that game either, because you're right. He was, at least at the time, the better of the two options between he and Pine. So you're getting him back, but this is his first start back, and I mean that Marshall game was week 3, week 2, week 3,
2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah,
I want to say 3.
Yeah, so I mean it has been a long time since this guy has played meaningful football. So you wonder how rusty he is, and South Carolina could not be coming in on any more of a heater. Their last 2 games, wins over Tennessee, wins over Clemson. Spencer Rattler has been playing much improved football over those 2 games. They themselves, though, have had a lot of opt-outs, or guys that are going into the portal that are not going to play in this game. South Carolina plus the 2.5. It's a tough one on me. I think I like the Gamecocks here in this one, though.
Yeah. I feel Notre Dame for some reason. I don't know why.
All these bowl games are tough, by the way.
Yeah. They're tough to just pick the winner. Forget the points.
They really
spreads.
are. I mean, you just never know what team is driven in what way. Like, everything about South Carolina would say that team
is a rocket right now.
Is a rocket right now. You would want to ride them to the win. But, again, now all of a sudden you got guys that aren't going to play in that game because they're going to be going to another school next year.
I mean, Tripp and Pritch and those of you that played the games over there, do you guys have success with bowl games when you go to MyBookie or the other sites? I'd like to know what's the secret to being good in bowl games. I do know that figuring out who is the most motivated, who does it mean the most to, and that's not always easy to do, but that's one path to victory there. But I find it just as difficult picking bowl games straight up as I do with the point spread.
Oh, there's no doubt. Like, for instance, Kentucky-Iowa. Now, it's a close point spread, 2.5. But Chris Rodriguez is not playing for Kentucky. Will Levis is not playing for Kentucky. That's 75% of their offense. What tells me that Kentucky can do anything in this game?
Yeah.
Even with those 2 guys, their offense is awful. So what tells me they can do any? And they don't have their offensive coordinator. They fired him.
Yeah. Pritch Law says, I don't even bother picking these games now since you have so many opt-outs and others who don't give a shit, he says.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. That's part of it. That's what I'm talking about with South Carolina, is everything about it says that's the pick in this game. By the way they're playing, or they have been playing, it's a month ago now, the way they were playing at the end of the season. But it is so hard to know what is driving these guys, who's actually playing, who's playing full speed. I mean, I don't know how you pick bowl games.
Brett's 11-7 in his bowl picks, he says, but is that point spread or is it straight up, Brad? Paul says just bet a single-digit dog in the money line. So
that's Kentucky, 2.5. That money line is plus 106, not a big one. I mean, if you like Kentucky there.
Yeah, 14-6 right now, the dog Buffalo beating Georgia Southern as they approach the half down in Montgomery. Birmingham Bowl later today as we continue the conversation. Tell me about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, and then I want to ask you about Luke Fickell, who is the upcoming head coach at Wisconsin. He's the guy who's already taken the job, but Jim Leonard's coaching this, but Fickell's doing something. I want to see what you think about that.
All right, so find out if LASIK is right for you. Michelson Laser Vision will tell you that, 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Lance has had it, changed his life. He's got fighter pilot vision now. He was legally blind before. After having LASIK surgery with Michelson Laser Vision, the same can happen for you. Make sure you see every play on the field by calling Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Visit MichelsonLaserVision.com. Dr. Mark and Jennifer Michelson have been doing this for years. You'll call Amy there at Michelson Laser Vision. Tell her you heard about it on the next round and get set for a consultation to see if LASIK is right for you. MichelsonLaserVision.com or 969-8100.
Luke Fickell is going to be on the sidelines. He's going to be on the headset.
Headset.
He's going to be on the headset. He's going to be an assistant coach. He's going to let Jim Leonard and the guys run it.
Well, that feels awkward.
But he wants to be part of the staff. He says, "Listen, it's a new world in college football. I would feel weird sitting at home doing a Zoom on the broadcast, not being there with the team, being up in a skybox." He's gone through the practices with the teams. He has been part of the coaching staff while Jim Leonard has led this. Obviously, Leonard played there. He wanted the head coaching job. It does have to be awkward, but he says Leonard has been fantastic so far about having Luke Fickell around. Do you like it? Not like it.
Boy,
It's a different time than it was 10 years ago.
But I don't think we've ever seen this, have we? I mean, like Trent Dilfer was on the UAB sideline, but he was down at the 20.
He was politicking.
Yeah, he was outside
shaking
the box.
hands and kissing babies.
Yeah, he was outside the coaching box. Fickell's going to have a headset on.
Yeah.
I don't
and
know.
says
that
he'll
I've
be
ever seen
talking. He says, I won't be communicating as much as I would on a normal game day, but I'll be communicating. I'll be helping Jim Leonard with some some big picture stuff.
this. Yeah.
So he's got a role on the coaching
but
staff.
Leonard's like, I got that big picture stuff handled. Thank you.
I'm going to call timeout right now. But it goes back to, there's always these scenarios you have if you have outgoing president, incoming president, and there's a nuclear attack, and one president gives...
It's a lot like that.
One president gives one order, the new incoming president wants you to do something different. Who do you listen to at that point, right? What if Luke Fickell is saying, hey, do we want to call a timeout here? And Leonard's like, we're not calling a timeout.
Not calling a timeout. This is a bowl game. Shut up.
Who do you listen to?
You listen to Jim Leonard. He's the coach of the game. But I don't know. That is a weird
He's
situation.
the lame duck president.
I can't remember a time when I've seen this. Like, if I remember correctly.
In fact, we have brought in Barry Alvarez multiple times and Bob Stoops last year to avoid the new coach coaching in these games.
That's right. Yes. I think I remember, did David Cutcliffe not coach Ole Miss in the bowl game? Like, Tuberville had left to go to Auburn, and I think Cutcliffe was hired, and he actually coached the game. I think it was against Oklahoma in the Independence Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. Cutcliffe was hired from Tennessee and actually coached that game. Because he left Tennessee, remember, and Randy Sanders, I think, took over the offense.
I do remember Randy Sanders calling plays in their bowl game.
And their champion. Was it not in the national championship game?
It was.
Yeah, it was in the national championship game that Cutcliffe did not coach in. I think Fulmer was like, we got to have full focus on this game. You go coach Ole Miss. We'll let Randy handle this. And as I remember, he called the plays. I'm pretty sure Cutcliffe coached in that game. I'm almost certain he did. That would have been the end of the 98 season, Independence Bowl.
No, the interim coach is not remaining on the staff. Leonard is leaving, going somewhere else. Where did he end up going?
I can't remember.
I can't either.
Yeah, there was some talk about him staying with Fickell, though, and he decided not to.
Yeah, he decided to move somewhere else.
Well, I mean, again, like you said, it was going to be his dream job. And he had worked, it seemed like worked his whole career to get that opportunity. The opportunity presented itself, and he didn't get it.
I understand what Fickell's doing here, though. I mean, this has been 15 extra practices. I get to be part of the practices and see how my guys work, maybe be able to address maybe there was a staff member or two that you would want to keep. You get to see him coach up close and personal.
Hear him on the headset, yeah.
Hear him on the headset and all that stuff.
No, it's definitely beneficial for Fickell. If I'm Leonard – I'm assuming Fickell went to Leonard and said, I'd like to do this. What are your feelings? Because if I'm Leonard, it takes a big man to allow somebody to do this, I'd say.
You're right. Leonard could have very easily said, I tell you what, you go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and take my next job, and I'm going to go ahead and get to my place, too, and start working with my 2023 team as well.
You're in such a hurry to coach this thing. Why don't you just coach the bowl game for me?
And good luck calling defensive plays.
Yeah.
Taking that playbook with me, too. All right, when we come back, we'll do an upset alert. Maybe a game later today or some of the other bowl games coming up through the weekend. That includes the playoffs. We'll do our upset alert. The Brown Bandit takes one more crack at college football season. When we come back on the show, that's being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. That's the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. 2 great locations up there, Brownie. Just north of us, and I know those 2022s are gone, but the 2023s are there ready to roll.
You could go see America in an RV from Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and as Jim said, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Baumhauer's upset alert in just a second. But our friends with the Birmingham Squadron, they got a home game coming up Friday, and it is Marvel Comics night. And I already forgot who this is. What Marvel comic? Can you?
Black Panther.
Black Panther, Jim.
Don't you correct him.
No, I knew it.
Okay.
I
was setting him up. I thought he was going to go Black Adam.
No,
or
it's not
something
Black Adam.
else.
It's Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I have not seen Star Wars. For all the people that were upset with that segment earlier, I said it on the front side.
God, the guys on Twitter that are upset with you. I want to
killing me.
I want to snap. I want to go red ass Jim on them. We're taking back to our old school Jocks days. But I just I don't understand people get upset about that. But look at that great looking jersey there. So you get the Squadron Friday night if you want to go to the game, and you get this jersey and what you can get your name and number on the back if you want it.
Yeah, they got a hot press there, so you get name and number in 5 minutes.
Yeah, look forward to that.
Limited number for sale there.
Yeah, Friday at the game. So go, and the Squadron will be wearing those Black Panther jerseys coming up Friday night. All right, let's do our upset alert. I see Mr. Bandit over here has got a winner again.
Oh, you think so?
I don't know.
I don't see Mr. Bandit. I see Mr. Brown.
The Brown Bandit has been killing it. Now, had I remembered that we were doing this today, I might have had a costume. Right?
Oh, Brown Bandit.
Hey, you go pull that hoodie up and be the Floribama. The Floor Bandit.
Yeah,
the Floor Bandit. Hit it, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings back in 1981. Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa is where that was. He had to give them away. People decided, hey, man, we love these things. That means 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still dishing it out. Great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. See more and find a location near you, baumhauers.com.
I really like the under in this game the most. Over under live line 71.5. But I'm going to go to the what bowl is this? The Tax Act Texas Bowl.
We've been talking about that for days.
Yeah.
Tax Act.
Yeah, Tax Act Texas Bowl. Texas Tech and Ole Miss. The favorite in this one is Ole Miss by 3.5. It's upset alert, so that means I'm going Texas Tech. I'm going to take the Red Raiders plus the 3.5. Why am I taking Texas Tech,
Why are you
Rockstar?
taking Texas Tech?
Because I had a better chance of drawing a double layered T than I did anything else on the slate, so I went with that one really quick.
That was really quick, yes.
So that's why Texas Tech. We've got some opt-outs to deal with, but I'm going to go with Texas Tech pulling the upset for no reason.
I'm going to go to the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, Rockstar. How do you like Tony the Tiger and Frosted Flakes?
I don't like that he didn't wear clothes except he wears a scarf. I think that's kind of weird.
That is a weird choice. I
He's
never
always
thought
hanging
about
out
that.
with
I'm
kids.
completely naked, but I'm wearing a scarf.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one piece of clothing I'm going to wear is a scarf. Are you
So-
going to cover your nether regions? No, I'm going to cover my neck.
Yeah.
You could frequently forget about this game, Jim. Why? What stands out about the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl?
Because this is one of, I think, 4 or 5 that's not on ESPN.
It's on CBS. This is Brad
forget
and
all
Gary.
about it, yeah.
Yeah, Brad and Gary. They get to do all those great SEC games, SEC Championship, Army, Navy, and then, hey, by the way, Sun Bowl for you. Oh, I get Pitt and UCLA. Yeah, you get Pitt and UCLA. People will be watching. No, nobody thinks to turn to CBS for bowl games.
Yeah, and there was a time, though, that, when you were little, also, they played this game around Christmas, and it always seemed like El Paso, what a great place to go, during the holidays.
It's freezing there.
Does not seem so good anymore.
Yeah, it really doesn't. They got a lot of issues there in El Paso, and the weather sometimes is one of them. 1 o'clock on the 30th, Pitt is at UCLA. Now, the reason I'm going to go Pitt minus 5.5. And boy, my logo started out good with the P, and it fell apart with the it. Here's why I'm going Pitt. This game means something to their players. You know how I know that, Rockstar?
Because your T's look like pie?
Because their players were stranded in Dallas. And rather than just say, screw it, we're not playing the game, you know what they did? They hitchhiked. They found a ride with UTEP's basketball coach. Have you heard this story, Dunaway?
I have heard this story, yes, earlier in this show.
I do. I did it. It was his best of the weekend. They hitched a ride with UTEP's coach to get to the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl.
I didn't tell you those guys were first teamers, Brown.
Doesn't matter.
They
It
could have
shows
been
you
they could have been fourth teamers.
the attitude of this team. We're getting to this game. We're going to play UCLA.
Is Keaton Slovis playing in this game?
I don't know. We're getting 5.5 points. Rockstar.
He's not.
Keaton Slovis isn't playing.
So who needs him? Because
Who
we don't need
needs those
we don't
points?
need Keenan. We don't need those damn points that come with him.
Not a one of them. Pitt wins this thing straight up. They're great.
Oh, that's actually a good ending. I like that.
Thank you. Pitt plus 5.
I like that. Will you finish your coloring in the break? I disrupted you.
We don't have yellow. If we had yellow, I was going to do the line on the inside. We don't have yellow. You can dig in that cup all you want. There's no yellow in there.
We don't.
We need more colors.
I have an off-color brown.
I know. It almost looks like yellow.
It looks like the gold.
I've used it before. It almost looks yellow.
It's like an alter ego.
It's off-color
brown.
That's what I told
When he tells nothing but inappropriate jokes.
Yes.
Oh, off-color brown again.
So a man, a priest, and a guy in lederhosen walk in a bar.
What happens?
You'll have to. It's the show after the show when I tell you that.
Yeah. The mystery fifth hour there. That's our upset alert brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Get by there and enjoy a great lunch today and all the fun with our friends at Baumhauer's. It's a fun place to watch all the bowl games, 3 more of them happening today, including the Birmingham Bowl. Just talked to somebody in the lobby who's on his way to the Birmingham
how about
Bowl.
that?
Yeah. So
all right.
Should be a fun day down at Protective Stadium for that one. Georgia nailed a couple of portal receivers. I mean, they're getting ready to maybe be the first team since Alabama to go back-to-back in national championships. Nobody's done it since 2012. Decade later, Georgia may be doing it if they can win it all this year. And they're doing work in the portal while doing that. If you're looking for receivers, they picked up Rara Thomas from Mississippi State and Dominic Lovett from Missouri, both heading to be Georgia Bulldogs.
When Rara Thomas hit the portal, a lot of people attached him to Georgia, and a lot of people kind of played him up as one of the must-get receivers out of the transfer portal. We'll see if it plays out that way. But on the surface, looks like that's a pretty good haul for Georgia, getting 2 receivers like that out of the transfer portal.
Exactly right.
It's just one place where George Pickett stayed hurt a lot, and that's part of it. But it's one place where they've just never really seemed elite. Kirby has recruited elite at a lot of places, but it's never seemed that way at wide receiver for him.
Speaking of elite, is Stetson Bennett the best quarterback in the playoff game this weekend against C.J. Stroud? We'll talk about that in our final segment coming up right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Alabama has wrapped up practice down at the Superdome, day 2 in New Orleans, as we get ready for the kickoff on playoff. Saturday will be the Sugar Bowl game, and then the 2 playoff games will follow. Nick Saban was asked about his Christmas and his ability to give gifts.
Yeah, we enjoy it. We enjoy our family. We enjoy being around our family. We've got a couple grandkids. Our entire family was there this year, which, we have a tremendous amount of gratitude for, and it was a lot of fun. And when you have little ones, almost a 3-year-old grandson and a 9-year-old granddaughter, that always makes Christmas even more special. So we had a very enjoyable day and very thankful for all the things that we were able to enjoy with our family. The scouting report on me is I'm really hard to buy for, so I don't know if that's an excuse or if it's a reality. So I either get a sweater, socks, or you can guess what else.
Underwear. I bet it's underwear.
I can't guess what else. Underwear?
It's underwear. It's got to be.
Yeah. What would you buy Nick Saban? I have no clue what I would buy that guy. He's always in a film room, right? Or a golf course. Buy him golf balls, a new driver.
You got to be careful giving golf equipment, though,
Yeah. If I buy you a new driver, you're going to say, I like my driver.
Yeah, I like my driver. Or I might just go trade it in for another one.
Yeah.
No offense.
And his golf bag, he's going to like that.
You think that guy buys golf balls?
No.
He's probably never bought a sleeve of balls in his life.
I got a dinner for you and me.
Yeah.
I'm paying.
The two of us.
Yeah. I don't know what I would get him. He does wear sweaters a lot, but he wears the same practice gear.
I think since day one.
Since day one.
Yeah.
That one sweater with the white stripes right here that he wears when the cold weather practice days, he's had that since 2007.
Yeah, that sleeveless quarter zip. It's every day he wears that thing.
Yeah, so I don't know what
you get the guy. Yeah, I'm with you.
God bless Terry and them. I don't know what you buy.
I'm hard to shop for too, but I don't have the same situation Nick Saban does. I'm just hard to shop for.
Yeah. All right.
Gift card. You go gift card.
Speaking of gifts, Bromberg's will bring us our countdown to the kickoff final sound today from Kirby Smart. Bromberg's, if you're looking for that final gift of this holiday season, maybe you got one more set of family to go see out of town or something before you go back to work, Bromberg's can save the day.
Bromberg's can, Jim. They have been doing it for generations, really.
1836.
1836 is a long time ago. Would you agree with me on that?
It sounds like a Tyler Sheridan spinoff of Yellowstone.
That's over
1836.
Over 46 years ago.
At least 46, Rockstar. Fine purveyor of quality diamonds, jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations for Bromberg's, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and always online, brombergs.com.
Here's Kirby Smart on just how tough it is to slow down that Ohio State offense. Does he think his defense is up to the challenge?
Kirby, what's been the key to maintaining the level of success on defense with new coordinators and a new cast of guys for the most part in terms of frontline guys?
It's just culture. I mean, that's not going to change. What we do is not going to change. So it doesn't matter if one coach leaves or another coach leaves. That doesn't impact our defense. We rep a lot of players at practice. We have a system set up to get our 2s and 3s ready. So, the next cast of defensive players is getting ready right now, just like they were last year. So I think if you've got a good formula for getting guys ready, it prevents large gaps in seasons.
That's Kirby Smart there getting ready. What's that smile for over there?
I was joking about it with Rockstar about that piece of video there. It's not a big deal.
That's not a good look.
Yeah, Kirby, the camera's a touch.
Is this a playoff or what?
The camera's a touch high. Kirby leaving a lot of headroom in the shot there.
Why are we
Somebody needs to help him out.
Now, is this since they've been to Atlanta, Forrest, or is this back on campus before they arrive in Atlanta?
No, this is from yesterday, and they should be in Atlanta.
Why?
I don't know why we're using the Zoom backdrop.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Let's do some in-person interviews for the college football playoffs.
Yeah, so it's one of those.
So he's not really there. Yeah. Okay.
We do have Stetson Bennett there, though. I mean, it's easy to say he's not the best quarterback in this game, right? And C.J. Stroud, all due respect, even though it looked like a pretty flat season for C.J., he did finish the season number 1 in college football when it comes to QBR, right? So he had a really good season, 176.3. But in the 4 biggest games of the year for Georgia, and this comes from our buddy Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South, the biggest games of the year, Oregon opener, first SEC road game, South Carolina, number 1 Tennessee in Athens, SEC championship game. Stetson Bennett's QBR in those 4 games, 197.6, as he blew everybody out of the water. In those games, 13 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in those 4 big games. Those were the 4 biggest games of the year. Stetson Bennett played great in the biggest games of the year.
I cannot argue that. I mean, it started, he looked like a Heisman winner in that Oregon game, straight out of the chute. 25 of 31, 368, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Yep.
I mean, he's a guy that gets labeled a game manager. The game at Kentucky, the game against Georgia Tech, he wasn't asked to do a whole lot. But other than that, I mean, most of the time he's throwing for 250 or more, which is a little more than game manager status.
Yep.
I mean, you got to give him credit for that.
23 of 24. And he is 26-3 as a starter.
I mean, the numbers are the numbers for a reason. It's hard to argue with that. He's been on really good teams, and for the most part, the one game where you could say in this stretch he just really didn't play well was that SEC championship game against Alabama. Alabama's defense got after him that night. He turned the ball over, and they didn't win the SEC championship. I'd have to his numbers in that game. Let me just quickly pull those up for you. Against Alabama, that first go around, 29 of 48, 343 touchdowns, 2 picks. I mean, those 2 picks were key picks too. One of those pick 6.
If I'm correct, 2 of those 3 losses are to Alabama, right? Because he was the starter in Tuscaloosa in that road game.
Yes, at Alabama, where he was awful. 18 of 40, 269, 3 interceptions.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then the SEC championship game, I'm trying to think who that other loss was. Oh, it was Dan Mullen's Florida team, wasn't it? Was he the starter for that one in the cocktail party?
He lost the cocktail party. 78 pass yards in that game.
Yeah.
I guess he started that game. He had 16 attempts. I don't know if he started or not, but he certainly played a lot.
26-3 as a starter. That's it's a good number there for Stetson Bennett against C.J. Stroud. The 2 playoff games are Saturday. The Alabama game kicks that day off. It's going to be a fun Saturday of football to sit back and watch it. One more good, fun Saturday. A couple of more big games in college football, and we'll continue to talk about it all week. That's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time on a Wednesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.